Hello guys, welcome to the channel. Today we are talking about what if Naruto was in Game of Thrones Part 2. Something went wrong in the battle. Maybe it was Kakashi, maybe it was Obito. He didn't know. Now none of them were here anymore. He didn't know what was going on in this empty, barren world. He'd figure it out anyway. And in the process maybe he'll help save the world too, when winter comes. If you enjoy the video, please like and subscribe. It will help us make more videos for you. Now let's begin. Quaid remembered the tale of Rhaenyra Targaryen like she had it in front of her, even if it had been decades since she had read it last. Body racked by hunger and that cooked her from the inside out, and things living, moving under her skin until she eventually died in agony. Even the censored story had been harrowing to a Y, which was to say nothing of the detailed account recorded by the maesters in an effort to be better prepared should anything of the like ever happen again. Sailors, even the particularly dim-witted and slow, avoided the smoking sea like the plague for many reasons. Where the water did not continuously boil, the strait reportedly swarming with giant krokens, who had a particular taste for blood and flesh and were smart enough to understand that sinking ships would give it to say nothing of air so hot it cooked your lungs or ash so thick it robbed you of the ability to breathe. Even if she disregarded the danger of Valyria itself, just getting there would not be easy. Captains with a choice avoided the place at all cost, and those without one motivation to rebel when agonizing death by kraken, demon, or fire was the destination. The land route was not much better, even if the dangers were different. Was said to be aptly named, and after her own experiences in High and especially Stygia, she would not discount the possibility of that actually being the case. Stories of demons and all manner of hellspawn may or may not be true, but even if they were not, bandits and other human miscreants would be sitting in wait to every chance before they ever got a whiff of volcanic ash. She did not doubt Naruto's ability to fight and win, not even against multiple men, but he would need to sleep at some point. The dangers were so obvious and numerous that no one with sense would seriously consider braving them, and yet she wanted to go, had felt that way long as she could remember. She had lambasted Naruto for the idiocy earlier, but alone with her thoughts she could admit as much. It was dangerous, likely lethal, entirely pointless, but she wanted it. How could she not? Tales of the Freehold's glory, of the superiority of the Dragon Lords, had filled her childhood, and so many to be uncovered. Valyria had been a cradle for mystery and sorcery during its reign, and that knowledge was still there, hidden in crumbled towers and drowned cities. Valyrian steel, blood magic, dragon binding, dragonstone. So many secrets, so much knowledge just waiting to be found. Quaid just needed to reach out and grasp it. And die in agony, she added, asserting a smidgen of good sense over her wants and wishes. Countless ships and men had been lost in the ruins of the Freehold of since the doom. Brave or foolish, smart or stupid, strong or weak. Almost none had returned with anything to show for it, if they returned at all. She had thought that the decades had driven the childish and simple-minded determination she now felt from her, tempered long ago by the knowledge that there are things that were impossible no matter how much you wanted them. Exploring the ruins of Valyria was firmly positioned in that category. Learning to control fire from Naruto could not distract her the way that her late mother's scrolls and tomes had done back then. It was too simple an exercise for now that she had made some headway already. Admittedly, she had thought that the first step would be easier for her, but that difficulty alone could not dissuade pursuit of sorcery and knowledge was the only thing that remained to her, and the opportunity to visit old Valyria far outweighed strengthening her ability to use for all of this. Thinking in circles was not only unlike her but also incredibly pointless. She knew that she had already made a choice. What did everything else really mean? They would need to prepare extensively. Even her knowledge of the ruins and their current hazards was limited, but planning for those she did know of already were enough. Enough supplies to mount any kind of extensive investigation was among the easiest, though transporting all of those supplies would present some trouble. Not only humans avoided that area. Most animals had abandoned the surroundings, and even a well-trained ox or horse would be difficult to handle in the condition expected. The Demon Road was still in good condition, just like all the other Valerian roads, but as soon as they turned towards the destroyed peninsula, travel would be difficult. The 14 flames had not been shy when they erupted. Timing was another thing to consider. Since the doom, some of volcanoes that had served as lairs for the dragons of Valeria erupted every few months. Should they be eruption, all preparation would be for naught, even including their magical abilities. Hopefully she would be able to get an estimate for the next eruptions in Vantyria. Thick protective clothing to cover skin, climbing gear, salves, and ointments to treat burns. She debated whether shovel and pickaxe would be of use, to dig out dew that had become covered in too much material to squeeze through, but she disregarded the idea after little thought. It would only be the two of them, making Ifik important as being well prepared. They would have to make do with the things that they could access without digging. Some of the supplies would be easier to acquire here than in the much smaller Vantyria, but a few could wait until then. Hopefully that would cut down on the event as well. By horse, the trip that followed the Demon Road alone would take about a month, which did not even include travel after that, which would be significantly less as they had to abandon using the actual roads. Oros and Tyria, each by themselves second or third in glory to Valeria itself, were said to still be inhabited, but the possibility. The lands of the long summer had been completely destroyed in the doom, and that formerly fertile land was still scorched and blighted so badly that I support much of anything. Anybody living even closer to Valeria than those lands would starve sooner or later. The more she considered their needs and capabilities, the more the necessity of a boat became clear. More capacity for supplies, faster traveling, and no reliance on was the better way. If they wanted to enter Valeria, that was unavoidable anyways, but perhaps exploring Oros, still connected by land to Volantis, would harbor less dangers without as much of the opportunity. It was impossible that none of the mystical secrets of the Freehold had made their way to the city at some point before the doom, and the distance from the center of that catastrophe would mean reduced effects. That approach would eliminate the need to cross the smoking sea, eliminating the accompanying risks as well. If the maps she had in hand were accurate, much would be made completely by boat, using the channel that connected the Summer Sea to the Sea of Sighs, and then the river that led southeast, eventually bringing the 100 miles of Oros. Certainly difficult, especially as a group of two, but she was certain that Naruto's prodigious physical capabilities were up to the task. Quaithe still wondered how the way that he was, but she had been unusually unsuccessful in figuring things out lately. The visions, the priest's advice, Naruto and his nature and abilities, and incident for all of it in the first place. Quaithe absent-mindedly twirled the feather she had been using to approximate the necessary supplies and equipment between her fingers. The task was not far remanaging the needs of a lord's household as its lady, and the lessons on the matter she had been given as a child were still fresh in her mind. Even if she was avoided that fate, knowing how still had its benefits. Lately every answer she found only revealed more questions for her to investigate. Lighting the glass candle by herself was a welcome development, only slightly apparent discrepancy between the actual experience and every single record of the process she had ever read. The strain had been significant, similar to the effort it had taken when Naruto had been determining her affinity, and that was only for a second or two. Of course, T experience had given another explanation for that occurrence, but she was not content just accepting things like that. The Valerian use of blood magic was a record repeated in tales both critical of and complementary to her distant ancestors, but she had been able to use the candle without the need of blood. Why would any device like the glass candle allow such an approach if the intended use was blood? There was simply too much she did not know about the candles to make accurate assessments. Some of that she could find out with experimentation in the next FE, even that had its limits. The candle she had was not big by any means. She knew that the three in the citadel were bigger, but that short stunt had already shown obsidian. If the material was eroded that quickly, a little experimentation could well leave her with some more knowledge, but no candle to use it on. Naruto's blood had slow degradation, but why exactly that was the case remained to be seen. Getting another candle would be just another advantage to visiting the ruins, even if she could find nothing on the exact details and functionality. Well, there was no use imagining all the shiny new things she could maybe find on this venture. Dipping the writing utensil in ink, she continued estimating figures. Simply prepare for it and see. It would be some weeks until they could set off in any case. Days passed, and slowly but surely the amount of leaf she could burn in one attempt increased. She had insisted on doing the training under supervision before, even understanding the apparent simplicity of the exercise, but after explaining her thoughts to Naruto he had agreed to the need for a boat. The first step in that direct one of them learn how to handle one appropriately. Naruto now joined any fisherman that would take him in the morning, helping in any way he could in exchange for learning everything necessary about handling a Valerian. Was terrible, even after more than a month of learning, but it was enough to get by. He was a determined student, but not particularly gifted, and therefore slower than she would have preferred. There was no need for real expertise in seafaring. They would be sticking closely to the coast all the way, and storms were rare in winter, but having one person who the necessities would be a boon, nonetheless. Her most conservative estimate put their whole trip at a month and a half in length. Not impossible, but certainly difficult to bring enough supplies for. The uncertainty about the possibility of what supplies could be gathered on the way to, or in, Oros. Water and food presented different challenges. Dried rations were easy enough to pack in large quantities, though their taste left something to be desired, and for the trip they would in waters that should be safe to fish. Of course, she could simply subsist on her own magic. Reducing or even eliminating her need for sustenance practice was straining and not something she liked to rely on all the time. Doing it for too long still reduced your energy to do much of anything, and if you weren't could pass the point of no return until you eventually wasted away. 2 people over about 50 days. 1 filled barrel should suffice for that, 2 would be more than enough, with silver inside to stop sickness from settling in. Mixing wine would hopefully keep them healthy over the whole trip, at least where the water was concerned. She knew that those with magical abilities tended to be more diseased, but relying on that alone would end with you dying in a sickbed. Even magic could not make you immune to sickness. What had happened to Area Targaryen, and the dangers they would face in repeating her actions, still gave her doubts, but there were a few important differences. Area had been a child of 10 and 4, unprepared, alone, and unsuited to the situation she ended up in. Balerion may have been closely tied to the Targaryens but a dragon was a willful creature, and Area had not been Balerion's bonded rider. The exact nature of the doom was still a mystery to the world, though certain groups claimed to have an explanation that coincidentally fit their goals. Divine punish for slavery, blood magic, unjust conquest, or a combination of all of them, was the most common. There were only a few facts that everyone agreed on. The 4 great volcanoes scattered all over the former peninsula, and every other mountain with even a touch of fire had all erupted at once, drowning the sky over the Titosch for weeks on end. Earthquakes and tsunami had split and reshaped the land until all resemblance to the before was lost. Whatever had led the volcanoes to erupt all at once and with such fury no one truly knew, but Quaid thought it likely that the reason for the eruption was also the continued state of the freehold. The doom was almost 4 centuries in the past, and still the sky above Valeria burned red on many a night and the earth lay black poisoned. Memories of her time in the Far East came to her mind. The Shadowlands looked dark and barren, but they supported their own life, rare though it was. The Mystereria's condition shortly before death certainly implied something similar for Valeria. In the end, perhaps it was simply pointless to wonder about the truth right now. Instead of getting ready for the trip that would give her at least some of those answers, Quaid stood up after long hours of sitting, turning her attention to the glass candle placed on another desk in the room. She had not done a lot of experimentation, mostly absorbed in the lists of supplies and the necessary preparations, but she had some time for it now. Judging by the light coming through the windows, it was the early afternoon already, meaning that Naruto would most likely return from fishing soon. Raising one hand above the candle, Quaid focused inwards. She had not said so to him, but the way that Naruto used magic still seemed foreign to her. Certainly the directness and physicality involved in his approach was starkly different to the way she had learned and been taught in the past. The stories may claim that the Dragon Lords lit the candles with their mind alone, but Quaid thought it more likely that they had done what she did now, reaching Obito but with her magic, as if another hand grew from her outstretched one to kindle the spark dormant within the obsidian. The strain was not a surprise this time, underestimating it the last time, but the missing reaction from the candle was. No light bloomed at the top, changing colors in the room. Instead, there was only the glass candle, no change in sight. She tried again, focusing harder, using more in an effort to replicate the result she had gotten the first time. Nothing. No spark, no light, no change. She frowned, carefully inspecting the candle. As far as she could tell, there was no difference to the candle from the last time, excluding the slightly misshapen tip, not be the reason for her difficulty. Naruto had been able to light the candle with his blood after she had done so with magic. Quaid reached for one of the sharp edges along the body of the candle but hesitated just before touching it. Blood magic was the most powerful magic, but their price. It was not a particularly powerful use of blood magic. After all, she had accomplished the same task without blood just seconds before. But it was blood magic. Naruto had not said anything about any change in him or his magic after the incident, and she had not detected anything either, but that alone did not mean that th cost. Instead of cutting her finger on the edges, she lightly touched the candle near the top, hoping that a physical connection may make lighting it possible again, or at L to understand why she was having trouble in doing so. The obsidian was cold, and yet she felt the dormant fire frozen within, just waiting for her to grasp it, as she could do with all obsidian. Quaid tried to change her V not on the material but on the candle itself, like she was taking in all of a painting instead of just a small part of it. There was another unique sensation there, reminiscent of obsidian and yet different all the same. Learning shadow bending had taught her to interpret magic in terms of light and dark. There was power in shadow and darkness, power that she had learned to grasp her own ends. The extents of shadow bending went far beyond just that, but that approach covered the basics. Glass candles had no connection to shadow bending that she knew of, but she could still interpret their magical nature in the same way. Magic was How you viewed and used it differed for everyone. She supposed that in that way magic and prophecy were the same. Even if it was inactive, she could faintly feel the innate magic of the glass candle now that she was in direct contact. It was the equivalent of feeling an ant walk through your clothing. If she did not focus on the sensation, her mind simply ignored it. Reaching for that magic, Quaid felt herself impeded, as if something had been between her and the candle, preventing access. She tried once more to light the glass candle, fighting against the resistance that had presented itself. Just as she was ready to give up, she succeeded, and curiously, it seemed like the resistance had suddenly started dwindling away. The light in the room changed, and a light bloomed near her finger. The flame's heat was low, colder even than a normal candle flame, but she still pulled her hand to risk any burns. With the candle burning by her will and magic, even if the reason why it was now working was unclear to her, she focused on seeing into the flame. You could use the candle to communicate was unclear to her, but the tales never mentioned needing your own candle to be communicated with. There was also the problem of her not having a lot of people she was close enough to safely test the candle's function. With no real alternatives, Quaid considered Naruto, trying to will him into focus in the candle's flame. Slowly the unnaturally bright light shifted, changing into a spatter of different colors flickering and burning above the obsidian. The picture was unclear and Bright could already feel the strain of keeping the candle lit for this long, even as the resistance she had noticed before was lessening. Then it snapped into focus, showing her the street outside, the people only vague shapes except for Naruto himself. He was walking right in middle of the view and not far from the building now. Quaid was not sure how to continue, how to go about turning this glimpse into the world into an actual communication. Naruto, she ventured, speaking out. Lu candle flickered slightly, distorting the image for a moment, but nothing else happened. After seconds passed without change, she tried again. She would have considered stopping, but the difficulty of the attempt continued decreasing with every moment, exhausting, but not debilitating. Naruto. The candle flickered once more, reacting the same way it had done to her last attempt at communicating. Briefly, so briefly that she almost thought she had imagined seemed to flinch. He stopped and looked around, shoulders tense, until seconds later the moment passed, and he continued walking, entering the house. She stopped picturing Naruto in her mind, and the candle followed suit, the bright light from before washing away the view of the world she had been given. Fire st above the candle, illuminating the room in that uniquely strange way, but Quaid was ready to stop with experimentation for the day. There were still hours of the day that could be used for careful study or planning, exhausting herself to the point that she was useless for hours because she could and would not be wise. Naruto opened the room's door, the resistance around the candle crumbled, and she cut the magical connection between herself and the candle. He opened his mouth something but shushed him with a raised finger, hoping that she had not imagined what had just happened. If her mind was not playing tricks on her, Naruto entering and the candle changing had not just coincided, something had happened between them, without any end part. Fitting that piece into what she knew about him, and his magic was not easy, mostly because there was so little she actually did know about that part of him. He was powerful, magically, and physically, and well versed in the use and detection of magic besides. She could still remember how quickly he seemed to have det glamour back in Karth, the first time they had met. The magic in his body was potent enough to be easily detectable. To someone like her he could not truly hide. Running with the idea developing in her mind, Quaid addressed him and raised her hand to the candle once more. Step outside. Naruto looked at her confused to speak, but she cut him off before he could do so. Just do it, she insisted. Turning around he stepped outside, and she focused on the candle, paying no mind to his quiet grumbling. After a few steps she noticed the resistance in the candle was not a slow rising, but instead it simply appeared from one moment to the next. Stop. Nothing changed. Quaid looked over to where he stood outside the room. Roughly 15 feet from the candle, she would guess, though she would have to measure later. What exactly is this about? He asked, though thankfully he did not move in any direction. She ignored his question. One step closer to me, she said. He obeyed without complaint this time, clearly noticing that she was testing something important. As soon as his body breached the imaginary circle around the CA, resistance disappeared again, gone from one moment to the next. Quaid waited for a few seconds, ready for any change to appear, but it never did. One step back. I want you to know that I'm not happy about this. Despite his words, he did as she said. Just as predicted, the resistance returned as soon as he was too far away. Relaxed and stopped examining the candle anymore, and she really would be useless, even if she had not lit the candle again, only closely examining the magic inner with her own. One of her visions came to mind, the blonde man stopping the world around him from being crushed, 9 shadowy tendrils moving behind him. She had not been out the man's features at the time, the image flashing before her for too short a time, but there had been nothing about it that made it impossible for it to be Naruto. Exactly the 9 tendrils were supposed to signify she had no idea. She had honestly hoped to just forget the visions, not knowing what to do with them or how to interpret them, but it seemed like she would not be so lucky. Will you tell me what you are trying to do? Naruto asked, stepping into the room again now that she had dropped her hand away from the candle. I figured something out. Obviously. Do I have to start guessing, or are you going to share? Dread was making its way into Naruto's voice. Her lessons had clearly left a mark. Quaid Amo 2 weeks later they left Volantis on a ship headed for Vantries and then the Sea of Sighs. The Sea of Sighs was a red by day as the southern sky was by night. They hadn't faced any real trouble on their way yet, their journey mostly a comparatively ordinary sequence of days on their boat, but Naruto could not help but feel more uncomfortable the closer they got to their destination. Sleep did not come as easy anymore, and when he did rest it was usually troubled. It had started as soon as they had entered the channel that brought them onto the inland sea and only gotten more intense since then. At their current pace, the river flowing in from the east later today or at the latest early the next day, but some small amount of dread had started developing in Naruto. For all of his excitement and fascination with the idea in the beginning, having his nerves permanently on edge and the lack of sleep were starting to take its toll on ability to concentrate. Not a good situation when they had to be on the lookout for who knew what kind of lethal calamities, and not exactly helpful when Quaid didn't think that their trip was any reason to stop teaching him. Since bringing any more than necessary was foolishness, she had not brought any of the hundreds of books she normally used to teach him, though it did not seem much. Putting an end to the second Black Fire Rebellion before it could even begin. Truly it did not deserve the name. Quaid finished. He didn't answer, focusing in stay course and the dead water that surrounded them. One hand busy with steering while the other rested on the grip of his newly acquired sword, still familiarizing him feeling of the leather-bound handle and the weight of the weapon. Were you even listening? Yes, I was. Quaid mustered him with narrowed eyes, clearly not convinced by his words. Naruto sighed and took a deep breath, trying to keep a grip on his temper. Exploding not help. There was a wedding tourney at White Walls in the Riverlands. Demon Blackfyr's son, who was also called Demon, competed in secret and Houses Peak and Bew drum up support for him. Brynden Rivers marched on them and took him captive to stop any further rebellions, he said, repeating the broad strokes. Acceptable. Naruto could not help but roll his eyes. Hell would freeze over before Quaithe would admit that he had met her expectations, much less impressed her. There was so situation that didn't quite make sense to him, though. How could Bloodraven know about the whole thing that quickly? Did that tourney take 2 months? He had seen the maps of Westeros, and even if they were will traveling, that distance would take a while for an army, certainly more than a few days, and that didn't even include the time needed to muster the soldiers in the F. Maybe he was just underestimating normal soldiers, but civilians were incredibly slow, especially over long distances. He was master of Whisperers and Hand of the King. Knowing such secrets was his duty, and he had informants everywhere, Quaithe responded, but he could spot when he heard one. It was the obvious answer, but Naruto could not help but wonder where exactly the information could have really come from. A traitor on the inn, well-reasoned suspicion. Luck. Jiraiya had found and recruited informants from all over the place, giving Konoha access to important intel as early as possible, but even that network could not find everything. Surely the secret identity of your candidate for king was only shared with those members of the conspiracy that were unquestionably loyal. Then again, secrecy only went so far. Spoken information could be overheard, written messages intercepted, and codes decoded. Even hand signs for communicatio seen by someone else. Sharing any secret with someone else involved the risk of another unintended party finding out. If you weren't a Yamanakar, at least. Rumors painted him as a sorcerer, convening with witches and using animals to spy on and hunt down his enemies. Naruto snorted in amusement. Did people actually believe that? He did not doubt that there was some truth to the spiel. Rumors like that usually didn't just start, but taking it at face value was just as stupid as ignoring it completely. He was spy master, kinslayer, and bastard besides, even legitimized that stain remained. That did not endear him to the people. Once more Naruto got the impress Quaithe was remembering things she had witnessed herself, not just things read in some historical text. Only one part of that explanation really meant much to him. Naruto had grown up alone, without siblings or parents, but he had often wondered what it would have them. Hurting one of them he could at least imagine, but killing them, even contemplating it, made him feel dirty. Sasuke had been like a brother to him, even if they didn't have a drop of blood in common. Fighting him, Naruto had accepted easily enough, but he had never been that final step, to really go at it with intent to kill. Sasuke was a traitor to Konoha, had joined Orochimaru and then Akatsuki, and had almost killed him, but for Na thought of killing Sasuke made his body flinch. If he had ever done that, he didn't think he would have come back from it the same person. How could he do that? Do what? Kill his brother, Naruto said. He fought against Bitter Steel in the first rebellion too, right? Bloodraven had lost an eye in that battle, but neither of them had died, unlike their other brother. And the third demon was traitor to another brother as well. For all his faults, Daeron was the rightful king, certain rumors notwithstanding. Death is the usual. Quaithe shrugged as if the whole thing did not deserve the importance he was giving it. As for Bitter Steel, they disliked each other even before any rebellions. Disliking someone usually doesn't mean you fight or kill each other, Naruto countered, though he immediately felt like a bit of a hypocrite. Fighting Neji in the Chu have been a result of the tournament, but Naruto had still enjoyed kicking him down a few notches in the process because he had been pissed off. The second part though. Igor and Brindan did not kill each other, she pointed out. Though I admit it was not for a lack of trying. They quarreled often, as brothers are wont to do, and ended up on opposing sides in a war. There is no great mystery in it. They were brothers. Half-brothers only, and even that meant little and less. They shared a father in Egon 4, but what did that matter? They grew up apart, only meeting when they men grown, and the family relations had never been entirely positive among Targaryens. They were little more than strangers. There was another retort on the tip of Naruto's tongue, but he was already developing a headache. Arguing about this wasn't worth the discomfort. Rubbing his fore accepted her words. I guess you are right. I just thought it would be different. You did not have siblings. No. Naruto shook his head. My parents died the day I was born. Saying that didn't hurt as much as he would have thought. Growing up, his lack of family had been a sore spot for him, and those old wounds had been reopened by the vision of them in the House of the Undying. Even if he had closure about the whole thing, having parents that single time, it was far from his favorite topic. My condolences, Quaithe said. Naruto thought she almost sounded honestly apologetic. They reached Oros ahead of schedule. The city was further from the 14 flames and the greatest damage than Valeria, and much of the lands had been somewhat preserved. Blackened, blighted, and time, but the Valerian road was still mostly intact, and the rivers had been completely usable. All that good fortune did nothing to make Naruto feel any better. Where in the past there had surely been a beautiful city, there was only destruction and desolation now. Great rifts rent the earth and lava flowed in streams, and no plants grew anywhere in the vicinity, and they had not seen any animals in days. Oros was no warmer than Volantis had been, and yet the air seemed ready to burn, just waiting for a spark to ignite it into a firestorm, making every breath so to be painful. Wet cloths worn over mouth and nose counteracted that effect slightly, but the smell of sulfur and ash still hung heavy in the air. Every stray breeze picked up mountains of ash, filling the air with grey clouds that irritated his eyes and made it hard to see details for more than a few feet. The P forced them to stay close to each other or run the risk of encountering the dangers of the place alone. Naruto could feel natural energy. Taking any of it in was a bad idea with his current chakra supply, but ever since mastering Sage Mode, he could perceive it in his he wanted. His experience with volcanoes had been limited and entirely theoretical before, but he had a gut feeling that nature should not feel this way after an not almost 400 years later. When Konoha had been destroyed by pain, it had been a wasteland of destruction, but it had not been dead. In all that destruction and death there had still been potential for life. The air, the earth, the stone. Nothing here was like that. Here, everything was dead and terrible. Shikamaru's shadow techniques, Quaithe's magic. Both were dark, there was nothing inherently bad about them. Shadow was as much a part of nature as light. This was revolting. Naruto wasn't even sure what he should call what he felt, demonic. Cursed. Kurama's chakra was so potent as to be harmful on contact. He entered the version 2 cloak, and that had been likened to demons in the past, but he didn't think it compared. Every single instinct he had screamed at him to leave and never come back. For now, his resolve overruled those instincts, but he couldn't wait for the day they left. They had no map of Oros to make navigation easier, though its potential usefulness was questionable anyways, so their path was entirely decided by those few REM landmarks they could make out in the distance. Naruto walked in front, carefully eyeing his surroundings, and testing every step he took, while Quaid followed a few feet behind. After their first contact with Gro looked solid but actually crumbled away to reveal a rift filled with gases hot enough to distort the air, they were reasonably weary. Without the protective clothing that could have easily led to a lot of burned skin. Recognizing much was difficult when everything seemed black, gray, or red, and was covered by a curtain of ash besides, but the shape of towers in front of them unmistakable. The one on the left looks most promising, Quaid said from behind him, turning his attention towards the mentioned landmark. Of the nearest three it was the B. If that had been the case originally was impossible to tell. Naruto nodded at her and started on the path towards the half-buried building. His sleep had continued being troubled and he was starting to feel exhausted, even his boundless stamina having reached its limit after days of insufficient rest. Question seemed any worse for Where, though perhaps she was simply better at hiding it than he was at picking up on it. What had formerly been a straight tower reaching towards the sky was now a half-collapsed ruin standing at an angle. It was hard to tell how much of the lower part by the pumice and other volcanic rocks that had buried most of the city, but there were at least 4 floors accessible above ground. That did not include the half-RU top that had replaced the original top as the tower's peak. The tower itself only remained standing because it had crashed into another building while collapsing, a building that now cradled the underside of the tower with its roof. Clearing one last rift in the earth, they stood in front of the ruin, the river of lava running through the rift heating their backs. Using the door was impossible, seeing as it was buried under rocks, earth, and ash, but it would not have helped them much either way. The likelihood that a usable remained between the lower buried floors and the uncovered ones was so low as to be irrelevant. The pack on Naruto's back contained the greater part of their supplies, food and drink chiefly among them, but also held everything necessary to make an entrance the upper levels possible. Placing the heavy pack on the ground, he carefully inspected the ruin for handholds and entrance points. He could climb perfectly well without rope or any other Quaid couldn't, and if they did find anything of value, they would need to get whatever it was out as well. The easiest way was climbing the side of the tower that now roughly faced the sky and finding some kind of entrance point that had not completely collapsed in the building. What glass had been used for windows on the top and bottom floors had most likely been melted in the great heat produced by multiple volcanoes' drow surroundings in death and desolation, but there were floors without windows in this and hopefully many of the other uncovered towers that could still contain usable well. There was no use thinking about it. I'm going up. Rope slung around his torso and a lit lantern fastened at his belt, Naruto started carefully ascending. The ash covering the ruin made his footing unsure, and with the of any part of the tower collapsing underneath his added weight at any point, speed was an easy sacrifice to make. Even without using chakra to stick himself to the making up the remaining floors, Naruto was an able climber and quickly reached the very top. The wall that faced the sky had collapsed completely, most likely during the fall of the tower itself, leaving only a little more than half of the roughly circular room. Former stairs had been covered in too much rock and earth to clear quickly, but another part of the floor had collapsed inwards, allowing entry into the floor below. With testing feet, he descended into the interior of the ruined tower. His experience in exploring ruins was limited to his short visit to his clan's homeland, but that entirely different beast. Uzusho had been destroyed by war and fighting, not catastrophic calamity, which had left the remains in much better condition. Not to men, doom was far further back in time. Inside the room, Naruto found little of interest. More than half of the room was covered in ash and rock, most likely swallowing whatever had been stored inside in tea. Unfortunately, that also barred him from entering floors further down from the inside. Even if he completely exhausted his chakra, it was unlikely that he could break a floor easily. Naruto returned to his entrance and pulled himself back up to the top of the tower. Quaid was still standing below, keeping an eye on the surroundings and their P4 uncovered floors only, the lowest one could possibly yield anything now. With the top one covered in debris, access to the two below was cut off from above. A way upstairs from the bottom one they would stay that way. As he turned to inspect the openings into the lowest floor, something at the corner of his vision caught his attention for a moment. The ash hanging in the air like fur, most likely from a stray breeze, creating patterns when he looked at it from above. If he had been on ground level he wouldn't have even noticed. Naruto rationalized, tired and on edge. The lowest floor refused any of his attempts to enter the tower, and after trying each former window he gave up. There were still other towers and ruins to inspect. He shook his head at Quaid's questioning glance. Nothing of use. There is no way to enter a floor that isn't completely wrecked. Well, the day is young yet. Agreeing with that statement, he reached for his pack, ready to continue their efforts. Something moved behind him. Panic, reflexes, and adrenaline made so that the blade missed his heart, only cutting into his side, scraping along his ribs despite his chain shirt. The did not fielder was normal in the middle of the action. More importantly, it did not seem impede his movements much. With proper rest and an environment that didn't take such a toll on his senses, maybe things would have been different, and he would have noticed sooner, but he ain't either at the moment. Whirling around, Naruto put Quaid and the ruined tower to his back and faced the attacker. Unsheathing his new sword wasn't as practiced and effortless as Getty. The longer reach would be an advantage to him. Naruto only got a dark glimpse of his assailant before it melted back into the fog of ash. The amount of ash in the air should have made that impossible. At that distance could not see a single black inch of the creature. Memories of the fight with Zabuza and Haku jumped to the forefront of his mind. Fighting without really knowing where you would be attacked from was difficult and deadly. What was it? Whispering was no use, so he asked the question at normal volume. If the thing was as good as Zabuza at this, their position was completely obvious. I have no idea, but it looked almost human. Naruto didn't waste time thanking her for the nugget of information. Surviving came first. With his senses now on high alert and the element of surprise lost, he was prepared for the second strike. When a sound pierced the relative silence from his right, he didn't react, his mind already sure of the correct answer. Distraction. The attack came from the left instead, and his own blade came up to meet the attacker's weapon. He had never learned to fight with a sword, but at least some of TQ could be translated pretty literally. It was some kind of night black golem. Thin, long limbs strained against him with surprising force, and the head had no face to speak of, made up of a single uniform obsidian. Naruto pushed upwards, forcing the golem back with his greater strength. Whatever it was, it wasn't human and not really alive either. It felt the same way that the did to him, but more potent by 100-fold. Unbalanced, it couldn't defend itself against his attack, but the stab that would have pierced right through mail and leather only glanced off the angular obsidian bod, nothing more than a scratch in the glass. TCH. The thing melted back into the fog, but Naruto didn't pursue. He was its current target, but he was definitely not as good as navigating the ash-filled air, and left could be used to go for Quaid. He didn't know if he had been selected as the first target by chance, but his gut was telling him that the thing had at least some proper target selection. His eyes continuously scanned the surroundings, carefully tracking every little twitch, while he slowly slid backwards, bringing him closer to Quaid and their supple. Soon as his foot bumped against his pack, he snatched it up with one hand, throwing it onto his back and then grabbed Quaid. One chakra-enhanced jump put them on top of the ruined tower he had just searched. The position reduced the possible angles of attack and made the ash smokes effective, which made defending a lot easier for him. Eyes peeled, he channeled wind chakra along the leaf-shaped blade of his sword. He had decided on a shorter sword, so that carrying the weapon wouldn't inhibit H movements as much while still giving him an advantage in reach over his kunai, but right now that meant that he was being outranged. Additionally, using wind which was more chakra intensive. He could keep it up for more than a minute now, after working on his control and precision for weeks, but he would reach his limit. Even the shape of the blade in combination with the wind should make cutting through the obsidian possible. If not, he would have to rely on blunt force with his fists. H brought his bow with him, leaving it with their boat after judging that he wasn't good enough with it anyway, and the ash made aiming too difficult, but he still wished taken it with him all the same. Ash shifted in front of him, and he was ready. Naruto dodged to the side, avoiding the stabbing point, and swung for the head, if it could be called that. The golem leaned back, avoiding the strike, and used the movement to retract its blade and go for slash at his neck. A few more exchanges and he was sure. This thing is good. He was faster and stronger than the golem, but, he had to admit, in terms of pure swordplay he was outmatched. His overhead blow forced a direct block for the first time, and he pushed his advantage to the limit. Wind chakra and all the force he could bring cracked and then S-blade in two. He forced the swing further down, but a sidestep moved the golem's torso to the side. Instead of cleaving the whole way through, he only hacked over that neutralized the remaining part of the sword as well. Unlike a human opponent, however, losing an arm was no more than an inconvenience to the thing. Before the obsidian limb had even hit the ground, the golem used like a spear. The 4 night black fingers were longer than normal and melted together into a sharp point. Naruto reached for it with his own free hand while turning his torso in a desperate attempt to avoid getting impaled through the chest. Once had been more than life. The obsidian that made up its arm was as sharp as the glass candle had been. An instinctive surge of chakra strengthened his hand enough to make a handhold in his fingers, crunching into the glass until he found enough purchase to halt the arm's movement. There was no time to wonder how close the stab had been to his chest. Wondering about it would just slow him down, and the golem was already lashing out with the sword swings before the kick lacked the same grace, though it did not lack for power. Naruto blocked with a raised knee and brought his sword around, wind still enhancing its cutting power, and cut the head off in one swing. The loss of an arm hadn't golem all that much, but with the head cut off, all the tension left the obsidian body. Exhaling a deep breath, Naruto let go of the spear-like hand that had almost impaled him. The arm slackened, suggesting that however the golem worked, cutting had done the trick in disabling it. That assumption turned out to be flawed. Strengthening his hand with chakra had given him the necessary grip to stop the appendage, but the force he had used meant that the obsidian edges had pierced H, lightly cutting into the skin of his hand. His blood ran along that arm in tiny rivulets now. Instead of dropping like a puppet with its strings cut, the now 3-limbed golem seemed to gain some new life for a moment, snapping its arm forward and grab my wrist with an iron grip. Slightly unbalanced by the short moment of reprieve, Naruto failed to react quickly enough. All along the obsidian body crimson fire bloomed, and his arm was wreathed in burning pain. Naruto gritted his teeth and lashed out with his sword, cutting off the second, burning arm. The armless torso fell backwards, impacting the tower ruin and then the ground where it continued to burn. The fingers that had been shaped into spear before had fused into a ring around his wrist, trapping the flames against his body. Other choice, he dropped his sword, grabbed the burning arm with his free hand, and yanked with all his strength. On the second desperate try, the burning obsidian cracked and broke, freeing his arm, though the damage was already done. The flames had not taken long to burn gloves and long sleeves he had been wearing for protection. Normal fire would have taken far longer, but these were no normal flames. Crimson and black, this fire sucked the light from its surroundings and burned with corruption and death. His headache, which he had been trying to ignore for days now, helped along by the adrenaline of fighting for his life, returned with a vengeance, and he became more exact pain he was in. The slight throbbing from the cut in his side was the least of his problems and seemed entirely insignificant compared to his suddenly dry, agonizing hand. Where the protective clothing had been burned away, scorched flesh was visible, reddened and blackened even from such short exposure to the cursed flames. For was sure that he could see the white of his bones peeking through the burned flesh. HNGH. Moving that wrist led to even more pain, driving the breath from his lungs. Where the flesh had blackened from the extreme heat, cracks spider-webbed out was trying to tell him that he was going to be fine eventually, but his burned arm didn't particularly seem to care at the moment. Pain, it's just pain. Pain was a warning. Ignoring that warning wasn't easy, but it was possible. There was time to be sorry for himself later. Right now, they were in territory with who knows how many possible enemies. Now that he had been exposed to one of the golems, he should be able to sense them, but fighting like he were a good idea. Taking deep breaths, he relaxed his body from the instinctive hunched position he had assumed. He had gotten too lax. Just because this world didn't have enemies mean he could be this sloppy. Carefully not moving the burned wrist, he sheathed his sword and took up his pack again with the other. He paid Quaithe's expression no mind, simply looking for a position. Going into this tower was possible, but staying in the same place was idiotic. We need to get somewhere safe. Exhaustion, discomfort, and pain shunted to the side, he led the way to the other two towers with all senses on high alert, looking point he could use without the use of one hand. My parents died the day I was born. Naruto's words kept repeating in her mind even as she was otherwise occupied. Could they be similar in that way? As soon as they had reached a protected shelter in one of the building's ruins, he had sat down against a wall, in need of both rest and treatment. "Stop squirming like a child," she said, though he kept on pulling his arm away from her, keeping her from taking a look at the wound and doing what she could to show of inhuman fortitude in simply ignoring the pain he was guaranteed to be in. While they had looked for this place, now was the time to inspect the damage. Shemaista, but she had learned many things in her life, applying salves and doing the barest of wound care among them. "I told you, I'll be fine." Despite his insistence, she could see the toll the damage was taking on him. Sweat was beading his brow, and every movement of that arm cringe away and grit his teeth. The pain was probably the only thing keeping him alert and conscious. "I will be the judge of that," she retorted. After another few attempts to avoid her attention, he gave in, gingerly extending his wounded arm and giving her access. They were both wearing thick leather robes, in an effort to reduce the danger of catching a stray spark and simply going up in flames. But whatever fire had been Sea Guardian they had encountered clearly had not been normal. Where the burning obsidian limb had touched him, the leather was completely gone. Incinerated and burned through in a matter of moments so that the flames could flesh beneath. The air above the worst burns still shimmered with heat, and every little movement cracked the blackened flesh and made blood and pus flow out. Some of the leather needed to be cut away, but there was no reason to completely destroy the robe. Unsheathing her dagger, She went to work, carefully cutting it with the always sharp Valyrian steel. Some of the material farther from the main burn had been softened by the heat, fusing it to Naruto's skin, but she did not want anything before getting a better look, so she left those parts in place for now. With the sleeve shortened a few inches and the damaged glove pulled off his hand, she had better access to the wound. The small cuts on the inside of his hand were and obviously far outweighed by the burns decorating about half of his hand. Naruto's skin was noticeably hotter the closer to the burns she touched, a phantom of the flames lingering in the wounds. It was a clear contrast to the sheer pow underneath his skin, but he could not suppress a wince when she got near the blackened flesh on his wrist. A careful touch to the charred spots themselves elicited from him at all. What salves she had brought for burns would be rather useless in treating such severe injuries, but even if they only lessened his discomfort and pain slightly, it was them. Having him with a second usable arm was preferable to the alternative. Quaid could not help but feel some worry about the degree of injury he had sustained. She knew her own limits well, but the Guardian would have been a match greatest knights she had ever seen, stronger and faster than any normal man had right to be. Without a shadow she could grasp her means of defending herself were limited. If Naruto died from his wounds, or far more likely lost the injured hand, getting back to civilization was far from assured. This will probably hurt. Naruto nodded and adjusted his position against the wall slightly. Ideally, she would have cooled the burns with ice, or at least cool water first, but she had no axes, so this was all she could do. No attempt at being gentle would make the experience any better, so she didn't bother, simply getting everything covered in the burns brought as quickly and carefully as she could. Except for gritting his teeth, Naruto did not let any of his discomfort show, but she could feel the tension in his arm and hand the whole time as she worked. Judging her work on his burns done, she loosely wrapped the area in bandages. Wrapping tightly would stop him from moving the area too much, but the maesters the healing process. I would ask you to move it as little as possible, but I know I would be wasting my breath. Just try to keep it clean. If burns of that severity fouled, there was little for him. Thanks. But I really will be fine soon. He seemed confident, but she was not convinced. Even magic had its limits, though there were few. Beckoning the body's healing process was possible if complicate something of this severity. Even given unlimited time and the best possible care, this would never completely heal, magic or not. How soon? She asked doubtfully. Usually happens after a few seconds, Naruto said. Been a bit slower for a while now. Seconds passed and she waited expectantly for anything to happen. Nothing did, obviously. They had been looking for shelter for near an hour after he hurt. Well, until that happens, I need to take a look at the cut in your side. If you bleed out, I'm leaving you here to rot. He shrugged out of his clothing to give her access to the wound. When they had left, the obsidian body of the Guardian behind it had still been burning with cursed F. Inspecting it had not been a priority, but she thought it likely that the sword it had used had not been made of obsidian entirely. While incredibly sharp, making large material emphasized how brittle it was. Then again, the same should have held true for the body. Illuminated by flickering lanterns, she thought it was a trick of the light at first, but upon closer inspection her senses had not played a trick upon her. A circular patch the right and up of his heart was slightly discolored. It was no more than a few shades, and yet now that she had spotted it, she could not help but wonder what caused it. That it had been an injury was beyond obvious, quite a grievous one judging by the size and position. Quaid could not help but think that his back likely sported a of lighter skin, but that brought other questions to mind. What could have caused it? How had Naruto survived it? Could he truly heal to such a degree? The cut in his side was not particularly deep, stopped for the most part by the mail he always wore underneath, and cleaning the wound allowed Quaid some time. Naruto seemed to have trouble fighting his exhaustion, his eyes starting to droop. My parents died the day I was born. Had her initial suspicion been correct? Was he the result of blood magic rituals, sacrificing lives to give him the power he wielded? Blood magic was the most powerful magic. She could not disregard the possibility. With the wound taken care of, there was nothing left for her to do for him. The healing would have to happen in time. The old wound on his chest drew her attention again. Other than the slightly off color, there was nothing else marking it as anything but a normal patch of skin. Than her fist, she wondered what could have caused it. Of the weapons she knew, none would cause a wound so circular and large. A ballista bolt could fit the rough, the head of one would lead to a notable cross pattern on the body. On closer inspection, small, almost unnoticeable cracks of discoloration lanced outward from the main circle in all directions. Variable and uneven, she could make any pattern they created. Acting on impulse, she lightly ran her fingers over the spot. There was no appreciable difference in texture on the wound. If she had not been looking at the discolor, would have thought there was nothing there. She felt Naruto's muscles tense reflexively from the sudden skin contact, and on his bare stomach a queer black mark existence. 4 symbols she had never seen surrounded an inward spiral on the top and bottom. It was clearly a tattoo of some kind, and yet just moments before there had been there. That it was somehow magical in nature was obvious enough, but she could not differentiate it from Naruto's own. A questing touch plunged her world into darkness. From one moment to the next she was kneeling in a few inches of water. Naruto's presence was always very obvious to her when he was close by, his magic a shiny her senses. Now, a much weaker version of the feeling surrounded her on all sides, almost sheltering her, standing as a bulwark against the world. The floor was even and solid, and a testing hand confirmed it to be stone. Quaid stood up warily, trying and failing to gain any further insight on her surroundings. Inability to see anything, she did not feel any apprehension. In this place, in this moment, she was completely safe. It was not just a vague feeling, it was certainty. Feeling safe, however, helped nothing with understanding her situation. She could not tell much of anything about her surroundings. There was no smell to this place, no light to give her sight, and nothing but stone and water in reach. Q have almost considered this a realm of dreams, that she had simply fallen asleep but forgotten, but that could not be. The details were clear to her, and everything else was more real than dreams usually were. And yet it wasn't quite real either. Her body reacted the way she expected it to, but she felt slightly removed from it, nonetheless. 2 different experiences in her life compared, her vision in Katha, the shadow of Stygia. Without any idea as to the dimensions of the space she was in, Quaid simply started walking in one direction, one arm extended to not run into any walls. She were a while, not even sure if she was making any progress before anything changed. In front of her a slitted crimson eye, larger than she was tall, opened. Suddenly the space was flooded with light, illuminating her surroundings, and blinding her for moments as her eyes adjusted to the change. "A new visitor comes," boomed the monstrosity revealed before her. Her eyes widened as much because of its ability to speak as because of the incredible size. Oh, she had seen the skull of Balerion, the biggest of the dragons, in the Red Keep, an awe-inspiring sight for everyone who witnessed it. Seeing something of compare flesh drove the sheer terror the Black Dread had inspired home. Quaid could not help but take a step back. It was a fox in the same way that the high tower was a turret. Its sheer size and presence set it apart from any other of its kind. With light flooding the space, the room became clear. At least 200 feet across, it seemed to be of unending length, the light not enough to illuminate the ends. The fox was not even calm, at least half of it still plunged in darkness. Naruto was so powerful that she could not overlook his presence, and this thing was the same way, its power pressing down on her like a weight. Yet she did not feel fear. Awe and intimidation and helplessness certainly, but not fear. She could not say whether she was just numb to this sudden experience or afraid, but she did not fear for her life here. Lazily resting its head on its front paws, the giant fox eyed her with an unfathomable, rage-filled stare. Then it opened its mouth, though calling it that felt holy in her. Peace. Even if I wished, I could not harm you here, sorceress. Quave's mind desperately wanted to use thinking about that statement as a distraction, but she got a grip on herself instead. She understood little enough about situation. Talking was the best way to find out that she could see at the moment. Squaring her shoulders, she faced forward. Where am I? You are where you were before, kneeling in a ruin of destroyed Oros. The place you see now does not truly exist. This is a place in Naruto's mind, connection between me and him. Getting a seemingly honest answer from a giant fox seemed too fantastical a concept for reality, and she wondered for a mom simply losing her mind in visions and dreams as so many of her ancestors had done. A place in Naruto's mind, so real that she could feel the details in the ground beneath her feet. The idea boggled her mind, and the instinct to dismiss it was strong. She had nothing to refute the assertion either, except perhaps the problem of how something this massive could exist inside a normal human. How is it that I am here then? Quaid asked. If this was Naruto's mind, how could she enter it by simply touching a, admittedly magical, tattoo on his stomach? Skin changer, to reach out with her own mind to that of another and enter by her own strength. The seal that contains me has no need for defenses that keep others out. It seemed to shrug, the gesture accentuating its slightly more human body. Bef, Naruto also does not shield himself from you. Reduced as we are, nothing powerful stops you from coming here. Questions sprang to the forefront of her mind immediately, but one seemed most important. Reduced? In what way? You may think us powerful as we are, but this is nothing but a fragment of our true strength. This world wishes desperately to suppress us, as it does all other things. But neither I nor Naruto would ever yield to such a demand. If we ever did, I suspect we would simply cease to exist. Believing that magic was in decline was no great feat. Any student of the arcane knew as much. Not only had an incredible amount of knowledge been lost to war, destruction, and time, but the potency of magic had been declining for decades, whether caused by the doom or not. The degree of that decline no one truly knew, did not share it with others, but that it was fact no one disputed. Why are you telling me all of this? Quaid asked suspiciously. She was still unsure whether it was telling the truth. I was alive long before you were born, and I will still live when you are nothing more than dust. What concern is another's secrecy to me? There is human life I care about. And if I were to betray him? Perhaps she was pushing her luck, but the safety she still felt was making her dig deeper. I do not believe you will, sister. She recoiled as if she had been struck, the amusement in the crimson eye plain and galling. Her own eyes were immediately drawn to a single strand of silver blonde being moved into her vision by the reaction. Her hand flew to the emerald brooch hidden in the folds of her robe. She had been using the glamour for decades now, features from the world, confident that nothing but her own will would reveal her. Sister was dead. Never found after journeying east to unknown lands. She was Quaithe, or another 100 names she had used since that day. As I said. Peace. Naruto does not yet know, and without your illusion remains. But it will not be long before he figures it out. You have not been or assume you wish to be, and he is not as inattentive as he seems. The giant fox raised its head, standing to its full imposing height. Standing on its hind leg undoubtedly tower over many castles. A final piece of advice. Naruto treasures promises more than human reason permits. Without another word it turned around and walked into the dark, enormous orange tails trailing behind. Slowly her surroundings washed away like paint, making place for the dusty ruined room they had taken refuge in. She felt only vague numbness as she tried to decision on how to proceed. Naruto was still seated against the wall in front of her, but his eyes had closed, sleep claiming him at last. An easy target. No, that way lay only madness. Killing him may preserve her secret, if she was even capable of doing it, but it would be an incredible waste. Not to mention it will her own death. She was under no delusion that their experience today was the limit of the dangers these ruins presented. Facing them alone was folly. She wasn't even sure anymore why she had first assumed another identity. Near 60 years had passed since then, and to the world Sister was only a fig now, some half-forgotten remnant of the maligned reign of Egon the Unworthy, outweighed foremost by the shadow of the Black Fira rebellions. Would it be so bad to share with someone else? Did it even matter if he knew? Naruto was as set apart from other people as she was, spending his days with learning without any real personal contacts. She had already half suspected that he had no family anymore when he had decided to accompany her from Karth without any persuasion. Naruto shifted against the wall, turning his injured hand so that it rested more comfortably on the still whole parts of skin. From one moment to the next the feeling experienced in the presence of the nine-tailed fox returned, and Naruto's wounded hand glowed orange and red for a second. His features shifted in discomfort before the peace of dreams and rest again, the glow receding from underneath the bandages. She worked methodically to unbind his hand, already half expecting what she ended up finding beneath. Where demonic fire had made the flesh blacken and blister, force of the flames had burned a ring near a half an inch deep into his wrist. A healthy hand remained. The skin was hairless and not quite smooth, and wherever touched a distinctive angry redness remained, but it was healthy and a light touch elicited no pained reaction from Naruto anymore. Though the skin still carried it seemed like a poor jape, that he really had been right about being fine soon, and that her worrying and efforts had been all for naught. If he was awake, she would words with him about being more precise in the future, but he was not, and waking him for something like it seemed to be more childish than she had acted. Indica the light cuts in his hand had disappeared completely, and the injury in his side had most likely followed suit as well. Ideas about possible experiments as to the limb ability to heal formed unbidden in her mind, but she shelved them for a later time. These ruins were hardly the place. It was only the early afternoon, but getting some rest herself did not seem to be such a terrible idea. With ash in the air, making even the bright noon gray and reddened sky by night, there was no need to only act in the day. Placing Naruto's hand back in his lap, she made to stand, but Naruto moved his head to the side suddenly, his eyes opening slightly. They were blurry from exhaustion, lacking the usual sharp clarity, and she was unsure how much he could really see in the dimly lit room, but they were trained on hers, nonetheless. "How do you feel?" For a moment it seemed like he had not heard her at all, but then his jaw moved weakly. Better, he slurred, his voice like that of a drunk. That much was to be he adjusted his position against the wall, sitting up so that his back was straight and not half facing the floor. Somehow, he made the hard, smooth dragonstone were comfortable as a feather mattress, and what little clarity there had been in eyes was already leaving. She turned away and reached for the lantern, lighting the room. You have beautiful eyes, you know. Naruto was already back to sleep when she faced him again, and she stubbornly refused to acknowledge the slight heat in her face. She had been showered with great lords and noble knights as far back as she could remember, but seldom did the words come with such simple sincerity. That was foolishness, of course. He was not in control of his tongue and her glamour was in place. How much sincerity could there be in that? When he woke, he would remember the words. After darkening the room, Shura went to sleep, resting against Naruto for a few hours of dreamless slumber. Even with the ash in the air, the crimson night sky illuminated their surroundings as well, if not better, than the sun did. The farther they continued into the reaches, more ruins there were to inspect. Until now those few they had seen had not yielded anything but dust, ash, and debris, but Shura was not discouraged. They had supplies for a week with them. Some of the ruins were still in rather good condition, but there was little of use to be found in destroyed bedrooms or kitchens. With the destruction from earthquakes, eruptions, and the passing of time, it was difficult to ascertain what parts of Oros they were tracking through. Just like any had to have been city quarters dedicated to certain purposes in this one. Shura thought that a craftsman's quarter would probably yield the best results. Finding an intact smithy or library of some sort would be too much to ask, but glass candles and the guardians must have been manufactured somewhere. She thought that a city as big as Oros had never contained its own means of making them and only imported them from Valeria itself. Hours of the night passed, and they plunged further into the former heart of the city. Oros itself wasn't particularly close to any one of the nearby volcanoes, but the had destroyed the peninsula had ripped half of the city away and into the now boiling, kraken-infested sea, so their progress was met with an increase in the sky. Some of the rifts that split the earth were more than 20 feet wide and would have stopped or delayed any other explorer, but Naruto could jump those distance added weight. That did not mean that they could simply walk as they wished, of course. When lava flowed thick and hot, even he did not think it a good idea to jump above, catching fire in some places a few times, and when earthquakes had raised one part of the land and sunken the neighboring one, they had to climb. The absence of other guardians was making her suspicious. Believing that the rest of them had been destroyed in the doom and they had unfortunately encountered a remaining one was far too fanciful a delusion. Nothing again, Naruto said and shouldered his pack again. The red sky and ash-filled air made it hard to tell just how much time had passed already. For all they was already rising. This cluster of ruins investigated, they continued on, their destination the southeast. Their progress in that direction was faced with another cliff. About 80 feet rough stone formed an overhang at the top, making climbing difficult, and the height meant that a single piece of rope would not be enough to bridge the distance. You simply pulled her up after ascending himself. Due south, the difference in height only increased until the ground gave away to the smoking sea some 200 feet below. In the other direction she could see of the distance either, though the cliff face turned away and out of sight some 100 yards away. If there were any details that would have made climbing easier direction, she could not see them through the ash. In the end it did not matter. After securely binding two ropes together, Naruto absent-mindedly checked that everything he carried was safely secured to his person while inspecting the cliff face jump, and he was clinging to the rough stone, his hands and feet finding cracks and edges to serve as handholds, as easy as breathing. Then he started ascending. He looked like a monkey, clambering up the cliff at that speed, but she could not deny his skill. Even though he had to climb the last stretch with his back near paraground, his pace did not falter, and before long he had pulled himself on top of the cliff face. Ever since she had puzzled out the effect Naruto had on his immediate environment, it had become more and more clear whenever he did. The air started to burn in. She desperately wished to shed any layers she wore to reduce some of the unbearable heat. It was no real change in temperature, but instead only the heightened surroundings on her body. A weight seemed to settle on her shoulders, and she could feel the curse that had fallen over this place so long ago. Like a rusty knife was whole body, the wound spoiling and festering immediately. She waited patiently for him to throw down the rope, but when a minute passed without any sign, she started to get concerned. Not necessarily for Naruto's life, everything she knew, he seemed rather close to unkillable by ordinary means, but definitely for their situation. He had most of their supplies with him, and getting by without him would be quite the task. They were unsure whether the guardians could hear or smell, but they had decided not to make too much unnecessary noise just to be safe either way. Just when she was about to call out anyway, a rope came tumbling down towards her, shortly followed by Naruto's face appearing over the edge. Even slightly up, his blonde hair was incredibly distinctive in the dark surroundings. Once he had pulled her up to his position, the delay became clear. 2 guardians were on the ground, their obsidian bodies motionless. One was missing a leg and had almost been cleaved into 2 pieces, the cut from the right shoulder, the left hip nearly complete, while the other was missing both arms and the head. One of the arms, a long black limb of obsidian, was laying not far from it, while nowhere to be seen. "I see you encountered some trouble," she said, once she had taken the 2 bodies in. Now that she could take a longer look at the guardians without having to the danger they presented or flames sprouting all over, she could appreciate some of the intricacies. They were long-limbed and gangly, too thin to work as an actual body, and the head was surprisingly smooth, none of the edges decorating the rest of the body. If anything, the body looked like it was wearing armor, the material more pronounced where plate would be found on any knight. There seemed to be no points parts had been fused together. Instead, it looked like the whole body had been formed from one giant piece of obsidian, cut and melted and fused until this form re-end. Though they did not move, she did not reach out to touch them, wary of repeating the fiery results they had encountered the last time. Not as much this time. These were already damaged. Naruto pointed out the missing arm and leg, and she quickly noted the difference in the wounds. Where the obsidian was parted evenly, while the spots where the missing limbs had been attached looked to have been cracked and crushed. Most likely they had been the debris in or shortly after the doom. Naruto himself sported no wounds that she could see, the visible top half of his face showing no pain or discomfort. In the distance 4 towers stood surprisingly straight. The towers were big enough to jut out of the ash clinging to the air like fog, giving her a better view of them and illuminating them in the red light of the sky. Dragonstone was an incredibly durable material, but it was not indestructible, well documented by the destruction already witnessed in Oros, so these were the first buildings they had seen that seemed to still be vaguely intact. About 200 yards separated them from the towers, a distance filled with debris and other ruins that looked far less promising. The top of one of the towers discolored compared to the rest to her, but the red light made such judgments unreliable at best, only helped along by the bad visibility. "I'm ready again." Naruto had disconnected the 2 ropes and returned them to their place on his equipment. She nodded her head in his direction and started while after their first steps what she had assumed to just be some differently colored stone started moving. The shape unfurled from around the tower, revealing a low four short, almost stubby legs. Attached to the back of the front two legs were wide, leathery membranes, the silhouette they created as distinctive as could be. The dragon, for what else could the creature be, raised its long neck and opened its maw, a near-piercing shriek filling the air. The shrillness overwhelmed everything was feeling, making her clap her hands to her ears in some effort to block out the noise and stop her from thinking that a sharp metal rod was being pierced into. A jump and a tumble sent Naruto falling out of the window and towards the rocky ground 15 feet below. With Quaid in his arms and the pack on his back, he saw the impact, so his ankles had to suffer through the punishment. He continued running, dodging debris and what looked like unsafe ground. He heard the moment that the dragon chasing them impacted the ground with a heavy thump. It looked nothing like the illustration in Quaid's books, more reptile, with a beak-like snout. It was also surprisingly small. Roughly as long as Gamabunta was tall, it was smaller than Orochimaru's snake Manda, though if it saw them it would still be able to swallow them whole. "How far?" he asked, not missing a step. A quick jump and he cleared a small knee-high wall. 30 yards. Normally he would have turned his head himself, but with a treacherous environment he had to be more careful than usual, and Quaid's position could look over his shoulder anyway. At least Kurama had taken care of his left hand while he had slept. It still twinged at him from time to time, and the skin was unnaturally hot, but at least he could like this. Unfortunately, that also meant that the big fox was back to sleep. Nothing he tried managing to wake him from his slumber. On his right the earth rose, the land sloping upwards until it created a small natural cliff no more than 10 feet high, more than enough to block him from view. He running along the rocky wall, slowly rising next to him. As soon as the slope stopped, he turned towards it, turning the corner so that he was obscured from behind. The path was narrow, barely big enough to run through, the ruins of former houses boxing Naruto and Quaid in but also hiding them from above. A poor spot to see fiery breath, but he knew too little about the creature already. He had to test something. When it had jumped towards them from its perch on the tower, it had only used its wings to glide before landing and starting to run in their direction. There had been at flight since then, and this dragon didn't really look like it should be capable of it anyway. Then again, he knew next to nothing of dragons and how they worked. Quaid's stories and books said they were intelligent beings, but no one seemed quite sure just how intelligent. A smart predator would try to cut them off instead chasing, especially since Naruto was sure he was faster on even ground, even weighed down as he was. Then again, the passage created a natural funnel for fiery bee. Fortunately, the dragon did not try to cut them off, coming to stop at the entrance to the small natural alley he was running down. Unfortunately, that meant that deal with fire in such a small space. This dragon was on the small side, so its normal range should not be exceedingly big, but the funnel created by the walls on both sides most likely meant that they soon if he did not do anything against that. The alley continued on for another 10 yards at least, and he couldn't simply jump out, the raised earth on his right created overhang. There was enough of a gap above the wall on his left to fit through, but he couldn't do that like he was. He needed one of his hands free. "Hang on tight." Quaid immediately tightened her arms around his neck, giving him the necessary freedom for a few moments. He half ran, half jumped up the hand that had been holding Quaid's back, snatching the top and pulling them up and over. Instead of fire roaring down the passage, another ear-piercing shriek split the air. Experiencing it once before meant that he was better prepared for this one, but it from pleasant. Setting his teeth on edge and making his ears ring for a moment. Naruto ran, eyes scanning the surroundings for something he could use. He had used some chakra against the two guardians that had surprised him earlier, and Ku intervention had taken a bit out of him as well, so he wasn't exactly in the best of conditions in that regard. "Do you think you can stop it?" Naruto shouted over the ringing in his ears. He had seen her do something to one of the pirates back on the ivory price that had stokeholed for a few moments, but he had no idea what the limitations of that ability were. Shikamaru used his own strength and chakra in a contest against those Heien's shadow, putting a limit on who or what he could use it on, but maybe what she did worked entirely differently. For a heartbeat. At most she answered eventually, only her proximity to his ear allowing him to hear the words. "Go for the eyes." They are the only weakness in nodded and hoped that it would be enough, but he needed to get ready first. Fighting while carrying her and their supplies against something of that size was beyond. He felt more than he heard the dragon impact the rocky ground, already chasing them again. Their path had mostly kept them near the outer edge of this part of T platform, surrounded by lower ground on all sides. The ruins that could be found here were mostly as destroyed as those they had seen everywhere else, but they's cover. The ground beneath his feet gave away under their weight. Suddenly going from running on solid ground to being weightless wasn't a new experience for him, but for the span of a single thought he was unbalanced. All the sack kicked in immediately after, letting him retain his balance on the piece of rock. Quaid tensed up, her grasp on his neck tightening uncomfortably, and a short "sir" left her mouth. Naruto jumped, pushing downwards on the piece of rock as it started sliding. A touch of chakra empowered his legs, allowing him to clear the collapsing rock with our heated gases rushed up from below, where rock had sealed them away for years. Even with his pack on his back, Naruto felt the sudden heat rush up behind him, the usual heat that they had been dealing with already, but he didn't pay it any mind, eyes peeled for a big enough piece of building that he could use. Short as it each moment had still allowed the dragon to get closer. Where rocks slid and fell away, cracks were now spider-webbing outward, loosening more and more pieces close to the edge. One crack right in front of him in partic and continued, leading directly towards the heart of this part of the city. After a few yards it became difficult to make out through the red-lit ash, but Naruto was soon not stop there. Crack! The dragon's shrieks had been more painful, but this sound, he felt reverberating in his bones. On impulse, Naruto jumped again, clearing the small cracks in the GR, giving him more space. The ground shook for a moment, like a small earthquake had suddenly started below him. The cracks that were now behind him widened. The same rush of heated gases as before occurred again, the air distorting like a haze. The crack continued to widen, a rift splitting the raised plateau into two halves, and the rocks making up the inner walls were now being illuminated from below as the sky being joined by a lighter orange from below. The first pressurized rush of heat had passed quickly, but the air above the crack still shimmered noticeably. The space widened, rocks falling downwards only to meet the lava below with a hiss, and he felt better and better about his decision. "Dragon are fire-made flesh," Quaid had said to him, but in the doom, they had still been killed in their lairs by the fires of the 14 flames. The gases probab inconvenience the dragon as much as they did him, but stepping into the lava below would definitely hurt. The earth continued to shake and rumble, making Naruto his balance. Ordinarily, he would have used his chakra to make himself stick to the rocks below, but he was loath to use any more than absolutely necessary before had to fight. He had a feeling that he would need all of it soon. By the time the dragon had reached the other side, the rift had grown to be more than 10 feet wide. In a pinch he could jump across that without too much of a PR. Didn't look like the dragon was capable of crossing. Much of its length was made up by its tail, and the distance between its back and front legs was not big enough chasm. If it really could not fly, that was. It shrieked again, the keening sound filled to the brim with rage and drowning out everything else just it had done the last 2 times. The force of the sound alone of the remaining ashes swirling through the air between them, the rest already displaced by the sudden influx of hot gases from below. Naruto got a clear look at the dragon for the first time. Its body was a blackish-gray color that looked sickly to him, not helped along by the slight green hue along its underbody. Milky, yellow eyes were centered on him and Quaithe, but they didn't look very clear, making him think that the dragon may be nearly blind. It had no trouble following them until now, but there were other explanations for that. Though the maw was shaped like a beak, the inside was still filled lines of small razor-sharp teeth. Along the head and long neck there were multiple pale yellow rid of varying size. Some were as large as his hand while others were no bigger than his pinky. They oddly reminded him of his mushrooms. The dragon opened its maw, the purple tongue on display, and Naruto watched its chest visibly expand. He did not need to be an expert on the creatures to understand. How far a dragon could breathe fire was dependent on its age, but he had no idea if this one's smaller size was an accurate indicator of it being particularly unique quirk of this type of dragon. It looked nothing like a dragon should after all. He pivoted on his left foot and ran, hoping to put as much distance between them as possible in the short time that remained. Even if the flames would extend way attempt at running away, they would still slow down and lose heat. Naruto hoped. Swinging its head forward, the dragon breathed out. Instead of flames greeting them from its jaws, it exhaled a light red powder in an upwards arc, the cloud rising starting to drop towards the like a cresting wave. Just a glimpse already gave Naruto a bad feeling. It reminded him of the poison clouds and powder Shitsune had used the rare few times he had seen her fight. Or wouldn't concern him. Poisons usually just got burned out of his system in moments by his accelerated healing thanks to Kurama, but with them both being weak and care to find out just how well that still worked. More importantly, Quaithe had no such protection in the first place. One deep breath in and he turned around, his fleet sliding over the rocky ground for a few yards. Naruto leaned back slightly, his chakra surging within. He had donned the ivory price, but he needed more force this time. Usually he sharpened his wind, creating a blade of air with an edge superior to any ordinary material, but doing would defeat the point. Wind was a blade of air, a sword, a knife, even tiny needles, but it was also the hammer blow of the hurricane. Crushing, not cutting force over a large area to push front of him away and keep them safe. He breathed out as slowly as he could, careful and controlled, exhaling a continuous stream of air. His own breath was just a motion he strengthened, just like the sword or the flight of an arrow. More, Naruto thought to himself, watching his wind impact the reddish cloud and arrest its momentum. Yet he did not push it back immediately, what force he had losing power quickly. Keeping a tight enough grip on his chakra farther from his body was incredibly difficult. He had never managed it with a Rasen Shuriken while in mode, where controlling his chakra became far easier. That still did not stop him from trying. Wider, broader, stronger. More chakra, more power, more wind, and yet he did not let it start to cut. Only push. There was no point in lamenting his inexperience in this moment it just had to be enough. Though this standstill lasted only seconds, he felt the toll it took on his reserves and concentration. Even if he had enjoyed a restful sleep after his injuries had been taken care of, that alone did not erase the horrible rest he had been getting for days now. control most of his chakras so quickly pushed his frayed nerves to their limit. Cutting of the flow of energy left him with barely enough to shape wind along his sword for a single cut. He would have to be precise if he wanted to make it count. Deep breath to replace the air he had been breathing out. What little ash that had still been close to them or the drake had been blown away by his wind, clearing the hot air in a way that even the hot gases had not manner things fully detailed and clear for more than a few feet underscored just how much the ash tended to obscure their surroundings in this place. The dragon seemed to glare at him, its pale eyes somehow even more angry than they had been moments before. It backed up a few steps only to release another, drove itself into his brain like a piece of steel. Its wings, which until now had been folded in and upwards, stretched wide. Folded close to the body, they had not tack space, but in stretching the black membranes out the creature revealed its full size once more. Naruto was sure that his experience with summon bosses and the tailed beasts were the reason that did not impress him that much, which, he belatedly realized, abnormal on his part. He needed only the tensing of muscles to know what the dragon would do, and he was already turning to run before it took its first running step. The split tower were again. Half the distance there had already disappeared behind him when he heard the dragon impact their side of the lava-filled rift. The rumbling impact was immediately cacophony of squeals. Though much less loud, the noise was as unpleasant as one of the dragon's shrieks. Naruto didn't turn his head, but Quaithe stiffened in his arms and released a shocked whisper. Firewims. Focusing on their surroundings and the potential dangers made trying to recall all of Quaithe's lessons even harder than usual, but no matter how hard he tried, he on the term. The dragon replied in kind. Its high-pitched shriek was starting to lose some of its effect on him, but it was still painful. What, he said, his voice raised to carry over the noise. In front of him ash reduced his vision again and he had no idea if another guardian was hiding behind the piece of wall. Even if he had dealt with the last two easily enough, fighting guardians right now presented the same problem as actually fighting the dragon chasing needed to get Quaithe to a safe spot, making himself the only visible target somehow. There are young firewims in the lava. They are fire-breathing snakes, said to roam the mines under the 14 flames. They are distant kin to dragons. Shisahi nodded his head, some of the implications already running through his mind. They already had enough trouble with this one dragon, adding anything else on top destroy any hope of continuing this expedition of theirs, if they even got out alive. Clearing another few large pieces of debris brought him close enough to the ruin he was heading towards to get a better look. The tower looked like a giant sword half, one half still standing mostly intact while the other had almost completely crumbled away. There was nothing of note revealed on the inside of the building, only wrecked floors covered in ash, volcanic rock, and more ash, but the standing walls would still adequate visual cover. On his current approach the left side was the one still standing. Instead of continuing that way, Naruto adjusted course until the destroyed S completely hidden from view behind the unbroken outer wall. That put the tower in front and slightly to his right. The dragon was still chasing, its heavy footfalls a clear indicator of continued pursuit, but the distance between them had grown slightly. I'll put you down behind the tower. Wait for my signal and try to stop it for as long as you can. Naruto could see Quaithe nod in his peripherals. He had half expected her to argue with him despite the situation, but he was grateful that she refrained. Maybe the plan, but he was working with limited resources already. After more running, he rounded the tower at a sharp angle, releasing Quaithe into the destroyed room before he had even come to a stop. She stumbled for a few, catching herself and then quickly trying to find a suitable spot in the broken room. The shadows in her chosen spot seemed to somehow deepen, slightly obscuring even though he was looking directly at her. He threw off his pack of supplies as well, the impact whirling up some of the gathered ash. They shared a quick look. "Be safe," he said, already turning to leave the answer, and then he was off again, half climbing, half jumping up 2 stories before leaping to the highest nearby point and very obviously entering back into the DR vision. The dragon adjusted its course, pale eyes immediately fixed on his location and path away from the tower ruin. The insistent whisper in the back of his mind that repeating the risk he may be exposing Quaid to quieted. Naruto unsheathed his sword, the weight of the weapon a great comfort even if he had not been using it without the added weight. His speed was slightly greater, quickly creating a gap between him and the dragon, but more importantly, between the dragon and Quaid. Rough circle around the creature, putting its back to the tower ruin he had just come from and putting her in its blind spot. This way, if it released more poison, he to worry about himself. For now, he needed to get a better feel for how the dragon would even deal with him when he got close. Involving Quaid came after. 50 yards separated them now, and he was already coming up on the lava river that had just been created. On flat even ground he could cross that distance in slig 3 seconds. This debris-riddled stretch would take slightly longer, but running straight towards the dragon would just be greeted with another poison cloud to his little chakra at his disposal. Dealing with that scenario had become far more difficult. It was quite unfortunate that Quaid's lessons had included so little details on the actual dealing with dragons, understandable but unfortunate. Going for the eyes than done, with a long flexible neck and a teeth-filled beak standing in his way, but it was all he had. They had died out, mostly in the doom, and afterwards at the end flames of other dragons, so deliberating on the proper way to go about killing them was justifiably pointless now. Basics. Dragons were animals like any other. What did it matter that they could fly and breathe fire, or poison in this case? They still bled, breathed, and died like a Naruto stopped and turned to face the dragon head-on. He had never shied away from doing things just because he had never done them before, and he wouldn't. The dragon continued running at him, wings once more folded upwards. This way they did not give it such a wide profile, making the traversal of small gaps or ton on this open stretch of rock, that did not present much of an advantage. Besides the poison breath, the beak was the most obvious danger, but with its size and weight it could probably crush him under its feet too. 40 yards. 30 yards. 20 yards. Every step brought the dragon closer to him. It shook its neck, head moving from side to side, and shrieked a challenge at Naruto. Spun the sword grip in his hand and lowered his stance, knees bent and ready to explode into a movement in any direction. His breathing was even, heartbeat drum in his chest, and his eyes were sharp and clear. There was a headache moving into his temples again, and he could feel how the exhaustion of the last few days existing in this place was dragging at him, but he squared his shoulders and focused only on the moment. This was the thing he was good at, really the only thing it seemed sometimes. Fighting, no matter the odds or situation. 10 yards. He pivoted to the side in the last moment, dodging the snapping beak and the sharp teeth hidden within, and lashed out with his sword for a quick cut at the long end. Steel edge did not cut into the thick hide, simply sliding along the body without biting. He had suspected as much, but it never hurt to be sure. A backward jump brought him outside of the range of clawed feet. Naruto saw the muscles near the front limbs move under the leathery hide. The wings folded out, snap of air catching in the membrane-like skin. From his position in the air, there was little he could do but rolling himself into a tight ball. The wing only clipped him, he was still sent tumbling away. Fortunately, a dragon, or really anything of that size, running at its full speed could not stop quickly, much less turn on a dime, giving him a few seconds. Unfortunate very good control over its tail. He had not gotten a particularly good look at it before now, but the long appendage widened towards the tip, giving the impression a club of some kind, with the notable addition of a single long thin spike perfect for impaling in the middle. HNGH. The club-like tail was all horn and bone and crashed into his side while he was still turning in the air. Naruto was sent flying away. He thought he heard his ribs crack beneath his chain shirt, but he was unsure, and the breath was knocked right out of him. His earlier pivot meant that he was sent flying parallel to the lava rift, while the dragon slowed, turned, and started chasing again. Naruto righted himself while still scanned his surroundings with a glance. When adrenaline was high, it felt like you could take in everything that much quicker. Naruto rolled in the air and landed on his feet the way he had done more than 1,000 times while training with Jiraiya, and being punted over their chosen train momentum made him slide for a few feet and his free hand ventured up for a questing touch along his side. He grimaced slightly. Definitely cracked. Still, at the moment he could barely feel the injury, just a sting when he breathed deeply, adrenaline dulling his perception of pain. The flight had made him cover quite a bit of distance, but the dragon was already closing what remained of it. He picked out the closest piece of rubble bigger than started running. It was a corner piece, a few feet of wall extending in both directions at a right angle. All of the ruins they had seen so far had been round towers, spiraling upwards floors, so it was most likely an internal piece, dividing one part of the interior from the other. Nonetheless, it was still dragonstone, as durable as all the other extra had seen. He did not think that the dragon would be able to smash it to pieces. Naruto positioned himself a few feet behind the piece of wall and waited for the dragon to come to him. The steps were easily audible and growing louder with ever he bent his knees, toes flexed, and jumped towards the wall as the dragon was about to pass the stones. He grasped the top of the wall and kicked off, gaining the beak snapped at empty air, missing him by a few seconds as he started descending. Sword angled towards the ground, he stabbed down with all of his weight gravity behind him. This dragon had no rigid scales armoring its body like the ones Quaid had told him about, only a leather hide preventing weapons from cut were limits. He scoured a thin line down the midsection. Nothing major but an injury all the same. The dragon shrieked in anger and pain, and where the hide had been parted powder it had exhaled before, was released. This close, he realized that it was not poison he was looking at, but spores. Naruto retreated on quick feet, not interest reintroduced to the dragon's tail. The head swiveled to take him in again and the tail lashed out, but he was already out of range. There was no use thinking about enter sage mode, but it would have made this a lot easier. Opening its beak, the dragon released another cloud of spores his way. He turned and ran in the direction of the tower ruin he had left Quaid in. He could hurt the normally, if need be, and he was quick enough to get close and out again if he needed. That was enough information for him. The cloud expanded quickly, rushing after him and seeking to envelop him in its grasp, but there was only so much force imparted on it by the dragon. Vaulting and debris and ruins quickly brought him out of range and closer to Quaid. He had no idea how close she needed to be to make her magic work, but closer usually powerful, no matter what. He was itching to use his chakra, to let wind run along his blade and turn it sharper than a razor, but he only had maybe 2 seconds of that left in him. He needed right moment. Still running at full speed, he reached for the pouches at his belt. Taking out a kunai and one smoke bomb, he banked slightly, turning to the right before reaching T that hid Quaid. Before he turned around, he threw his kunai straight into the sky. Naruto had spent years learning to estimate the flight of projectiles. Throwing a landed within Quaid vision after reaching its apex was more than simple. Sword in his right, he rolled the smoke bomb between the fingers of his left hand, waiting, anticipating. He had to make this count. There was another one in his paw, was it? He should really find some way to get new ones. A thought for another time. The dragon seemed almost rabid as it approached, snapping at the empty air with a loud clack. Even though the wound he had caused was largely negligible, all thin, it shrieked and thumped the rock with its club-like tail and then crossed the remaining distance to try and bite his body in two. It seemed like some of the growths had shrunken. Naruto ducked low and to the side, lashing out with his blade at the already retreating head. He cut only air and ash, instead of bouncing of the leathery hide, but what would come next. The long tail came in for another crashing impact, but he jumped in the right moment, letting him push off the bony end with both legs and above the reach of the wings. He knew the moment his kunai met the earth by heart, even if he could not hear it. His chakra was right under the surface, only waiting for the moment that he landed on the dragon's back. The perch was narrow and immediately made unstable by the movements of the creature, but he did not intend to stay anyway. Naruto pushed off again while throwing the smoke bomb, bringing him behind the dragon where he was not exposed to it breathing spores. After impacting, the Drasphere split and then instantly produced a small cloud of smoke that continued to grow, blocking either of them from seeing. The dragon was not covered complete, not see him moving through the air. Landing on his feet, he ducked under a wild swing of the tail and quickly made his way to the head again. Muffling his footsteps was easy enough, even on unfamiliar, evading the dragon lashing out wildly with its limbs even simpler. He dashed out of the smoke, the head turning to meet him quickly. Pivoting towards the dragon's body allowed him to evade the snapping beak, and wither along his sword. Quaid's magic was distinctive to his senses, alerting him to his chance immediately. Stabbing with both hands, he sharpened his wind as much as he could, creating a penetrating spike where there had only been a normal steel sword before. The DR moved away, tried to flex its neck and step forward, tried to move so that he could not reach its eye, but in that moment, it seized up, frozen in place for just a heart. Naruto drove his weapon home with a roar and all of his strength, piercing the eye and everything behind it. The moment passed and movement returned to the stabbed dragon, but this was only the muscles contracting on account of a damaged brain, not conscious action. Defend. Quickly everything stilled and the dragon died with a shrill keening sound and collapsed to the ground. Naruto pulled his sword out and heaved a deep breath, exhaustion already setting in. Using all of your chakra always instantly made you feel a lot worse. Instead of effort in remaining on his feet, he let himself fall to the rocks below, hands braced against the ground behind him. His cracked ribs were already making themselves known, no more adrenaline dulling the pain, and he grimaced again. Moving so much with that kind of injury was ideal or pleasant, but there had been little he could do. Not even a minute had passed when Quaid stumbled into view, the smoke created by his bomb already fading away. The wet cloth obscured the lower half of her, could see exhaustion and worry warring for dominion on it, nonetheless. She breathed out deeply when she caught sight of him, tension leaving her body. "You are alive," she said, her relief obvious. "Completely fine." He smiled, raising a hand towards her. The movement pulled at his side, aggravating his cracked ribs, and making him flinch. Quaid noticed. The dragonstone trapdoor did not budge no matter how hard Naruto pulled on the ring and abused his still tender ribs. After a fifth and final try, he gave up. Quaid looking through the remains of books they had found in the room. Most were just scraps of paper, destroyed by heat and age, but she had already found one half-piece survived barely legible. His feet had disturbed some of the ash and dust covering the floor, and the lantern light illuminated small dark shapes beneath. Naruto knelt and swept away what a better look. Scattered around the trapdoor were glyphs or runes of different shapes and sizes. He could make neither heads nor tails of them, but they seemed all the same. Tracing the patterns, he felt something hidden within. There was some mechanism at work here, shallow but intricate, hidden in the layers of fused black stone, and I can't open this, Naruto said, standing up. Quaid lowered the page she was inspecting and looked over, quickly taking in the glyphs on the ground. Interest filled her eyes, and she quickly joined him near the trapdoor. Quaid lightly traced the glyphs with gloved fingers and then grabbed the steel ring. The glyphs flashed red, a glowing light that seemed to have been burst on before, and then they dimmed again. When she pulled upwards, the stone trapdoor still did not budge. A second attempt elicited the same exact reaction. Quaid did not sound particularly surprised. This is a locking mechanism. It only opens for the correct bloodline. Then again, maybe, she trailed off, clear something. I need you to step away, 15 feet at least, she said. The distance got his attention. Quaid had experimented with his effect on the glass candle for measuring distances and the strength of the change. Naruto obliged her even if he did not know what exactly she was intending. If he asked, he would not get a straight answer until he had done what she asked, and he was big enough to allow him to remain inside and still create enough distance from the door, but only barely. He pressed himself against the wall farthest from Qua watched. She repeated her earlier attempt, pulling on the steel ring, and was met with different results this time. Instead of the glyphs flashing red again, they did not. Chang opened the trapdoor to the scraping of stone on stone. Once the door had been completely opened, she waved him over again, obviously pleased with herself. The room below was plunged in darkness, and Naruto collected one of the 2 lanterns they had placed on the stone floor to illuminate the room they were in. So, why did that work? Your presence powers the magic in the glyphs. Without you being close enough, the door is not locked and can be opened by anyone. That explained one part. And why did the glyphs react to you but not to me? Naruto did not truly expect an honest answer from her. Quaid could be spectacularly evasive, and tight-lipped wanted to be. I presume that it judged me close but not close enough. He nodded at her and turned to inspect the dark room below. You do not wish to ask anything? Quaid asked, stopping him. She was fingering something on her neck hidden under the heavy outer robe they both wore for Pino. Naruto shook his head. He had questions, of course, but there was no need to ask now. It was just another puzzle piece to fit into his theories. He could wait. To tell me, you would. I trust you. For what felt like the first time since they had met, indecision crossed Quaid's face. Whatever internal battle she had been waging ended quickly, and she reached again. Brown hair lost its color until long silver gold hair remained, and the angle of her face changed as it had done on the ivory price, revealing the true shape hidden in illusion. The most noticeable change were Quaid's eyes. Light filtered into the dark color, until a beautiful pair of green and blue remained. Naruto could not help the heat crawling up his neck. Quaid was a beautiful woman, possibly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen, but his embarrassment source. He had thought that view only a dream, some figment of his imagination helped along by the pain he had been in, but if it was real, it meant that his reacti likely been real too. Unfortunately, he had no chakra left to bury himself in the ground. My real name is Sister, she said. Pieces slotted into place that he had been throwing around in his head for weeks now. The hair, the sorcery, her intimate knowledge of events 100 years in the past, the way she spoke about Egon IV and the great bastards. Her eyes were such giveaway that it slightly infuriated him to have needed it. The refined mannerisms of a noble, her obvious education, the way she walked everywhere as if she own should have seen it much sooner. There was just one factor lessening the sting. That would make you 100 years old, he blurted out, forgetting what little tact he usually used. He almost slapped himself. Keisha wrinkled her nose slightly. It was a very pretty nose. Not quite, though it makes no great difference. Tsunade had used an elaborate illusion to cover her real age, but she was way too able for that to be the explanation. No 100-year-old would endure their TR now so easily. She could pass for 25 in appearance and actions. His mother's family had been renowned for their strong life force and longevity, but this even that. Further questions were on the tip of his tongue, how and when and why, but he asked none of those. Naruto buried his curiosity. Even if he could not sense emotion, his chakra cloak, it was blindingly obvious that this was important to her, that telling him this meant a lot, meant that she trusted him. But that trust was fragile and supporting. I won't betray your trust. I promise. Twins. Maesters, mags, and wise men had theorized about the connection between two people born together for centuries. There were ancient texts predating the rise of that considered the possibilities and limits, though none had ever come to any clear conclusions. At least that was what Shra had believed for a long time. Reading this diary cataloguing the experiments, both failures and successes, that had been done through T-question. The writer had been a former member of the Obsidian Guild of Valeria, banished to Oros after his line and person had lost the favor of the 40. Many of his attempts on the glass candles had been recorded in these journals, among 100 other different interests. When they had climbed down the ladder, she had thought THA finished glass candles, one black and one red, were the greatest prize, but the sheer amount of knowledge hidden in just the first few of near 100 books, fine job at competing. Much was no longer legible, of course, but the sealed-off room had maintained far more than anywhere else. Suspecting that blood magic was involved in their creation was as reasonable an assumption as any other, one that many had arrived at in the past, but the exact had been elusive until now. She was unsure whether she should feel delighted to have finally gained this information or dejected, since it was entirely useless for application. Twins, one male-female, born to a female twin, all pure Valerian lineage, would be difficult enough to find even if she were to participate in slavery, distasteful as that idea was, but T were dead and so there was no possible way she could accomplish the necessary steps. Perhaps the hope that she would be able to manufacture her own candles won, but she had entertained it nonetheless. Well, even if those hopes had been dashed, there were still other avenues for her to pursue. Now that she had access to more than just the one glass candle, she could afford to be a bit more reckless with her experiments. Whatever questions remained after catalogued all the books here could be answered that way. Finishing the last passage, an explanation of the effect using two male twins would have on the process, creating a candle that could not freely interact with every P-world. Shra lowered the book and glanced at Naruto. He was preoccupied with his own find, still playing around with the straight-edged Valerian steel dagger that buried under a mountain of books and materials like some common trinket. There was a look of concentration on his face, but it took only moments for him to note. Sorry, did you say something? No, nothing. She shook her head. She was grateful to him, truly. Revealing her identity should have led to inevitable questions about her situation and past, and she had been prepared to deal with had decided to do so, but Naruto had surprised her again. Perhaps she should simply stop expecting him to act as most people would. After all, he did not seem to be about doing so. He was like Demon and Igor and Brindan in that way. They had obeyed only their own rules when they felt it necessary. There was still a lot she did not know or understand about him, secrets to be unraveled and information to be gathered, but she could no longer avoid the fact that him, possibly more than anyone else. Most of the people she had known, that she had shared a connection with, were long dead, of course. Queen Naïs and her brother Eamon, Brindan, Demon, Aeg Miria and Daenerys, Baylor, Eris, and Maker and Diana. Even Little Egg, the insolent scamp who had somehow become king, was dead now. Only Eamon was her latest information said that he was still serving on the wall as the Maester at Castle Black. She could not say whether she would feel differently about Naruto if all those she had known were still around, if she had never thrown away her identity and living as someone else, but a little part of her mind was telling that it would not make much of a difference. It had not been even a whole day since she had touched the seal on his stomach, and yet that experience still weighed heavy on her mind. It was not so much giant nine-tailed fox, though they had had their own effect, but instead the safety she had felt back then that was influencing her. Naruto did not seem to have a situation, and she had not spoken about it yet, but that certainty of safety, that no matter the situation she would not come to harm in his presence, had been more convincing. Once more she wondered at that effect for a moment, debated whether such a nebulous thing should really sway her in such a way, but in the end, she always the same conclusion. With her identity now revealed to him, there was no reasonable way back to how things had been before. She had taken the step, had made the Jew figure out exactly which detail had been the most important in making her do so was an exercise in futility. Did you find anything good? Quite a bit, she sighed and rubbed her eyes. Reading by candlelight was a common occurrence for her, but it was never comfortable for long stretches of time. This cellar room made judging the time more difficult, though that was the case everywhere in Oros, and here at least they were surrounded by sturdy walls, but she had been reading for more than 2 hours now. I am still unsure how to transport it all. The glass candles were tall and slim, and it would not be difficult to find a place for them, but the sheer number of books made the same approach difficult. It would take at least to sift through all of them and determine what was and wasn't worth the place it would take up. From what she had seen so far, there would be far too place for in their packs. Well, the final judgment on that could only be made once she had had a look at it all. Before she could start browsing through the next book, Naruto stood up and flipping the dagger in one hand. What are you looking for exactly? I won't know until I read it. She shrugged. There was never any clarity when it came to looking for clues on sorcery. Anything to do with sorcery and magic truly do not yet know about the magical abilities of the Valyrians or anyone else. There was precious little he could help with in that regard. From what she knew, his hour was heavily specialized towards aeromancy and the basics of elemental sorcery, and sharing all she knew with him so that he could judge for her what was notable take longer than just going through it all by herself. Without another word, Naruto picked up one of the many books she had not had a look at yet, leaned against the old desk, and started looking through it. Before she him not to bother, she stopped herself. She could see how he was stubbornly focusing only on deciphering the yellowed pages, carefully not looking at her even if her gaze. Instead, she picked up a new book of her own, moved the lit lantern a bit closer to the both of them, and started reading. About 30 minutes later he quietly asked question and went right back to reading after she confirmed the uselessness of the information. They continued like that, quietly talking now and again, when clarification was necessary or facts disagreed with each other, and Shra felt herself almost relax in the safety of the room and atmosphere. It was such an ordinary thing, to sit next to someone and read despite the subject matter, but there was something soothing to experience all the same. Hours passed and they continued reading and comparing and sorting out. Naruto stopped 2 times by himself, to stretch and move his body a little bit, and once and drink and throw around ideas for their further plans. They still had enough supplies to last them more than a week, but there was no good reason she could see anything further when they had already found this much. Hoping for the secret to Valerian steel and a dragon egg to reveal themselves when they had already been fortunate was insanity. Somehow Naruto always ended up in slightly different positions afterwards. Sitting cross-legged on the desk, making the old wood groan and creak every time he's weight, seating himself on another chair that had been hidden in a dark corner but eventually collapsed under his weight, and finally sitting on the floor right next to so close that she could feel his warmth even through the layers she wore. By the time they finished looking over the last of the books, night's redness was already creeping through the open trapdoor again. Even Shra could feel the day spent reading in relative darkness by then, though it was no new experience for her. At the very least there had been no intention on her part to memorize or understand everything at this time. That part would be accomplished in a completely safe location after she had the opportunity to wash the ash off. As she was organizing their final selection of valuable books into a separate pile near their packs, Naruto reached for one of the pouches at his belt. Yawning, he ret of wire and started constructing a simple alarm in the trapdoor. Even if he was obviously tired, his actions were deliberate and precise, a result of many hours of his formal education on history and most other topics had been rather appalling when she had started teaching him, and even now there was still much for him to look at, not deny that he was competent at the things he did know. Shra went to sleep, sparing their safety no further thought, her back to Naruto with barely any space between them. The eyes were clear and blue and terrible. For a moment she thought she was looking at Naruto, but his eyes were the blue of storms, as the ones of the Baratheon been called. These burned with freezing cold, the whole eye a unified blue that glowed against the black night. Cold, terrible eternal cold, chasing all the warmth from her bones, making her skin dry up and tears attempt to wet her own eyes, only for them to freeze and start was no option of escape. Her body wanted to move instinctively, reflexively, but she could not move her feet, her body not really there, not really anywhere. For all its terribleness there was no anger in that gaze, no fury, no greed, no lust. It was dispassionate, neutral, unconcerned. Inevitable. Shra woke with a start, the unnatural bright light in the room overwhelming her and making her squint. The bedroll next to hers was empty. She could not say X time had passed, but she did not feel particularly well rested. The shadows were too dark and every color too rich. Her sleep-addled mind took only a few seconds what was going on. The realization helped her wake up fully. Seated at the desk they had used yesterday was Naruto, his back to her. The burning black glass candle they had found was the source of the unnatural light. His eye hovered near the queer flame, but she could not see his face from her position on the ground. Naruto. Normally he would have most likely noticed her already, his sharp hearing picking up on the small noises she made as she propped herself up, but the distracting effect of using a glass candle in the experiments they had done before this trip. Naruto lowered his hand, the flame guttering out quickly and plunging the room into near complete darkness, only the slight red light of the night serving to illumine. He did not turn to face her, only hunching over, face in his hands. The movement drew attention to the piece of wire still attached to his hand. Their alarm was still. I didn't mean to wake you. Quiet defeat rang in his words, no sign of his usual confidence remaining. You did not, she said quietly. There was a fragile somberness to him right now, comparable to the state he had been in when she had met him for the first time, smaller scale. Who were you looking for? Naruto did not answer for a time, simply sitting in silence. She could not see much in the dark, but the movement of his hands was noticeable enough, the way he faced and then lowered and wrung them in an effort to busy his mind. He did that often, small repetitive physical actions to occupy his mind. Do you ever think about them? He asked, just as she was about to repeat herself. The people that you left. She thought long and hard about how to answer more than plain that he was talking about himself, and she wondered if there was a particular person he was thinking of from his past. What brought this on? Just. Naruto took a fortifying breath. Just a dream I had. Forget it. She watched him stand up and walk to his own bedroll, taking care not to disturb the wire hand and never meeting her eyes. His torso was bare, and when he turned his back towards her, she could see that her suspicion about his chest wound had been on his back looked just like it. She heard Naruto's breathing slow down slightly, but she was confident that he was not asleep yet. Not usually, no, she answered his first question honestly. Quaid had never thought about her past, neither had Saria, Naoi, Myrina, or any of the others. The to think of, no relationships to reminisce on, no homes to return to. She did. But she had not truly been sure again until a day ago. Most of them are dead now, remember them sometimes. I do not regret leaving either way, if that is what you were asking. Naruto turned onto his back, staring at the ceiling as if it could supply him the answers he sought. If I knew they were dead, maybe I could move on. But I don't care. Even more quiet and solemn then. I don't think I ever will either. She did not know how he could be so sure about that conclusion, but she did not particularly feel like questioning his confidence at the moment either. Even if Shire Westeros for decades now, she could have always chosen to go back there. Surely, the same held true for him. Getting him to talk more seemed like the best cause now. Tell me about them, about your home. You know about mine already. It was no fair trade, of course. What Naruto knew about King's Landing and the Red Keep was sparse and incomplete, but with her identity revealed he did know though her already. He had been unusually tight-lipped, or at least vague, about most of his own past with her. She was quite well-traveled herself, seeing most of the over the world at least once in her life, but there were still many places she had never seen. He looked at her for a moment of internal deliberation, his eyes as sharp as always, and then decided. Sitting up, he looked down at his hands before staring ahead, seeing some place else. I was born in a place called Konoha in the Land of Fire. I never knew about my parents growing up, but the leader of the village took care of me. Most people didn't, so I was alone a lot, but when I was 6, I begged to enter the academy, to learn to fight and protect the village anyways. He shook his head, a lopsided grin visible. I dreamed about becoming Hokage in the future, leading the village and protecting everyone. I thought that if I showed them that I could do that, they would better. She was loath to interrupt, but a small part had attracted her attention. You had an academy where people learned to fight. For everyone. Nothing like it existed in Westeros, though similar concepts could admittedly be found in different Essos, usually through temples. It was not unbelievable that a particularly martial land would organize things in such a way. Well, I guess not everyone, but if you were healthy and willing to work hard you could try to get in. It wasn't just about fighting really, we learned about our history and exfiltration, survival, stealth. A lot of things Naruto explained, seemingly not realizing that he had just thrown her for a loop and undermined her whole limits and capabilities. Was he just bragging? She turned onto her side, facing him directly. You are a spy, she asked in disbelief. And not only that, but you were trained to be one since you were a child. Brynden had spent much of his time as Master O and then Hand of the King trying to locate useful informants. His skin changing had reduced the need for them, but even that had its limits. Human sources of inform always been necessary. But compared to spies, informants were easy to find. They needed the correct capabilities, the right temperament and incentives, the right training. Intelligence, cunning, adaptability, perceptiveness, loyalty. Finding PO candidates was hard enough, training them sufficiently even harder. From what she had seen of Naruto, he was not exactly an ideal fit. What spy needed to be that fighting in the first place? Kind of, yes. He shrugged. I was pretty bad at it at the time. Everything that wasn't learning to fight bored me to tears when I was that age, so I struggled to pay attention to the lessons. By the time I was 12 I was the dead last, so they put me on a team with the best student. Sasuke Uchiha. As he said the name, his voice strange inflection, some strange mix of fondness, frustration, regret, and acceptance. I hated his guts. She could not help but snort, and Naruto joined in her amusement with a short chuckle. He was always so glum and moody when everyone fawned over him, and he was good at everything he did. It pissed me off. We fought a lot, always butting heads, little thing, but when it came down to it, we could work together pretty well. Eventually I learned that he was as alone as I was. Years before, his whole clan had been brother, with him the only survivor. We connected over that loneliness. He became like a brother to me, or at least what I thought a brother would have been. When he betrayed the village, I promised I would bring him back, if I had to break his legs and drag him back there to do it. She saw him clench his left hand. He was a traitor to Konoha, had chosen to turn his back on all of us for revenge. Naruto ended heatedly. This was clearly a sore spot for him. You think he should have forgiven what happened? Her question made him stop short and then compose himself before answering. That, he needed to decide that for himself. No one in Konoha would have kept him from doing it. His brother was a declared traitor, marked for death. We would him if he had asked. He left because he thought we were holding him back from getting strong enough, so he threw it all away and turned traitor himself. I would age him for that, all of it, had he come back. Naruto grew quiet for a few seconds. But I failed. I could not bring him back and could not bring myself to kill him either. That is how you got this scar, is it not? She reached out and lightly touched the discolored skin on his chest. It was a guess on her part, but there was good reason that an event like that would have left its mark on him. The muscles beneath the skin flexed lightly in response to the sudden contact. That he had survived the blow was incredible enough, that he did not seem to hold one that had inflicted it was even stranger. Their eyes met and then he dropped his gaze to her fingers on his chest. Sasuke could use lightning to form a blade around his hand. He learned it from our teacher. Chidori, 1,000 birds, for the chirping sound it made. He stuck it on my chest. I thought I had died, everything was numb, and breathing was hell with one lung pierced. Lightning. That explained the small cracks all around the circular wound, though she had seldom heard of any one sorcerer harnessing it for spells, much less in the physical way that Naruto used magic. The storm singers of Valeria were said to conjure clouds into the sky, bringing rain and storm and sometimes lightning, but Shala's creating lightning itself was not mentioned in any texts she had seen. You were looking for him then? With the candle? Shra asked. She could understand the impulse. She had thought about doing it herself after they had figured out correctly use the candle, but with it being such a precious resource she had resolved to carefully consider any personal usage. That problem had been reduced now to more, but using them for leisure still seemed like a bad idea. Yes, among others. I couldn't find any of them. Dead then, most likely. It seemed like they had more and more in common the more she learned about him. The attempt had met no positive results at all, clearly rested on him like a weight. She pushed down with the hand still touching the scar, making him lay down on his ba, then joined him there, her head resting on his chest. He stiffened beneath her. Continue with your story, she said, making herself comfortable. Nothing changed for a moment before he eventually relaxed, his unnatural hand settling around her body, accepting the comfort she was offering. I passed out after the fight, and as soon as I recovered, I left the village as well. I went on a training trip for nearly 3 years. My teacher was Konoha's spy, must travel all over the place to collect information and get in contact with his informants, but he took me as his apprentice anyways. What I know about spying I learned those years. Really almost everything I know now he taught me. Now there was only fondness tinged with sadness left in Naruto's tone. Shock had already happened to his teacher, but she had no wish to open wounds he was not ready to revisit. He was a pervert and a drunk, but he knew how to make me strong. Shra listened to him continue his story, describing this mischief or that incident. Listening to him quietly ramble on about his past, feeling the steady beat of his heart quite relaxing for her. Minutes, maybe hours, passed until he had nothing else to speak about, trailing off with no more words to say and no other stories to share. Seemed completely impossible, and yet she could not help but believe every word. Halfway through he had started gently trailing his fingers up and down her back, which did things to her. Stirring urges she had not paid particular attention to, for those were things for Shura, not Quaid or any of the others. But this was hardly the place for that, even if, judging by the desire in his eyes when he looked at H, would be amenable to it. There would be time for things like that once they had left Oro's. Comfortable silence reigned between them for a bit, during which Naruto continued his ministrations. Eventually Shra decided to reciprocate his honesty. When my mother died birthing me, I had no one to take care of me. Egon 4 certainly did not care enough to try. Queen Naois sheltered me those first few years, passed shortly after her brother, not that I remember most of it. She was a very gentle woman and kind, to look after her husband's bastard daughter. I grew up daughter Daenerys as a sister, even though she was years older and already understood my situation. The Red Keep was filled with ambitious sycophants under my sire and learned men and maesters under my half-brother, but I did not care for either group, though interests aligned far more with the second. My mother had left me her scrolls and books, and I spent much of my childhood buried in them, reading and learning Evcad. Daenerys tried to include me in her own activities sometimes, but I was too young for many of them, and she left for Sunspear once she was married. She still remembered that day quite well. The grand ceremony in the September of Baylor, the celebratory tourney afterwards, and Demon's sullen mood after his defeat being the loss against Baylor in the final round that had affected him so, but the cause of the tourney itself. Barren had no quarrel with any of his father's bastard children and thought to use us to strengthen the realm, so we were all welcome at court at the start of his said, continuing. Demon, Baylor, Brynden, and Igor trained together in the Red Keep, and I spent much time sharing books with Eris and Brynden long into to Daenerys many times, asking about books Baylor the Blessed had ordered burned, hoping that she could find them in the libraries of Dawn, though she found on Barren's intended marriages were quickly discarded when word of Demon and Igor rebelling became known, but our positions had been protected in the same. Brynden was the one to tell the small council of their plans. Demon had plans to include him in the conspiracy, but Igor and Brynden had grown to despise each and would never stand together as allies, much less brothers. Naruto's hand stilled in its movements for a moment, the phantom heat hidden in the scarred flesh much more apparent than while he moved the limb. Was it truly so bad between them? He asked quietly. I could not tell you what exactly started it, but near the end you could barely leave them in a room together, she said in answer. Igor was always quick to Angie enjoyed provoking him at every opportunity, but in the training yard Igor held the advantage and beat Brynden many a time. They could never take a loss from either. Rivalry had consumed them both, a fact that she did not particularly like remembering about Brynden. She saw some parallels in them and what Naruto had own past. Perhaps if he had not been so insistent on his promise and had circumstances been slightly different, he and Sasuke would have turned out much the same. Naruto seemed to give her words some thought before shaking his head. Maybe it really is just different than I thought. He began moving his hand up and down, a slight shiver traveling down her spine. Perhaps, but I would not judge brotherhood by them alone. She thought of Baylor, Eris, Rorigil, and Maker. They had had their quarrels but nothing as serious, and Igor. She decided to change the subject to something less personal. Describing the Red Keep and its secret passages, the 3 hills of King's Landing, and many of the things she had seen in her life. How much time she spent on talking about her past she could not say, but eventually sleep reinforced its claim too strongly for her to resist anymore. When she woke up the early morning had already passed them by, and yet she was loath to leave the comfort of her position. In the end, however, practicality won much to do so that nothing impaired their trip back to civilization. Naruto walked the streets of Konoha like he was in a daze. He knew that it was impossible. Pain had left only a crater behind in his attack, but there was no sign of building was as he remembered it, the streets the same, the colors the same, the feeling the same. It all had to be a dream, but what a sweet one it was. Civilians were walking around him without a care, children running ahead of their parents, impatient to finally reach their destination, and friends chatting with each this or that insignificant piece of news. It was like any other day in the village, pleasant, peaceful, and entirely normal. Maybe this all should have made him happy, or at least relieved, seeing everyone alive and well, and the village back to normal, but it served only to make him in the distance. Naruto could see 4 figures jumping over the rooftops. 4 familiar figures. Wild brown hair with 2 red marks on the cheeks, white and brown collared robe with the black glasses, long dark blue hair, and pale lilac nearly white eyes. Before Naruto knew what he was doing, he was already moving, scrambling up the side of the building on his right as quick as his muscles allowed, desperate to get before they had passed him by. Flipping onto the shingles, he stood up to his full height and froze. They had not changed, not a single bit, looking just like he remembered them from about 6 moe. Naruto. Kiba's happy voice broke him from his thoughts, the Inuzuka always the first of his team to open his mouth. All four stopped in front of him and he dr like a man dying of thirst. Shino's stony silence, Hinata blushing and avoiding his eyes, and Kiba grinning so wide that his sharp canines were on full display. "Where been, man?" Kiba asked, and Akamaru echoed the question with a bellowing bark. Naruto wanted to go up to them and hug them until they forced him to let go. He was taller than all three now, towering over them with the growing he had done them last. Kiba's face twitched, revealing a split-open skull, pale rotten skin, and the red fang on one of his cheeks covered by burnt and blistered skin. The life left his eyes in a moment, leaving only unseeing, blank orbs. One leg was missing as were half his fingers, only bloody stumps remaining. Naruto had thought sweet turned out to be a nightmare. No Shino had been cut nearly in half, only small pieces of skin still connecting the two parts, his left arm completely crushed. The customary buzzing that always sorrow disappeared, dead bugs falling from every orifice in time with his breathing. No Akamaru had lost half of his fur, the skin beneath blackened by fire and his lower jaw was missing one side. What teeth were still visible were cracked or missing. En eye was pale and blinded, the ear on that side half ripped off and bloody. No. Hinata's eyes had been plucked from her skull, the cuts and scars around the area weeping thin trails of blood. One arm and the other hand had been ripped off and was clearly poorly healed after being shattered, the angle of the limb not quite right and her stance uneven. No. Naruto turned and ran, jumping from the roof to the street below. Where peace and normality had reigned before, only destruction remained. Bodies had been burned, crushed, or ripped apart. Buildings had collapsed under superior forces, burying the inhabitants inside. All the bodies, whether laying on the ground or still standing reason, were looking at him in judgment. Hate, disappointment, accusation. Wherever he looked, Naruto saw the same thing. Civilian or shinobi, they all blamed he could not stand the looks. As a child he had mostly been ignored by the citizens, which hurt in its own way, but this was worse. Naruto ran. Every house, every stall. All destroyed, everyone dead, and all looking at him with those dead, accusing eyes. No, no, please, please. I didn't mean to run. I wanted to fight. I don't know what happened. Naruto tried to apologize, but they did not hear him and did not care. He ran and ran and ran, trying and failing to escape those eyes. Ishiraku Ramen had been leveled, Iam and Ki crushed under a giant piece of rubble from the house next to it. The academy was a burnt-out husk, all the St black, Konohamaru and his friends among them. Iruka was with the other teachers, sheltering a group of younger students, a hole where his torso had been and he had shielded crushed under a slab of stone. Tenten, Neji, Lee, Guy, Shitsune. All dead. Ino had scratched out her own eyes, her visage still frozen in terror. Choji and Shikamaru had died next to each other, the chest split open and the other decapitated, Asuma's lighter in hand. Kyoinai, Yamato, Ibisu, all dead. Tsunade was kneeling between the debris from the destroyed Hokage monument. Her skin was wrinkled and darkened by age all over, even worse than her state been in a coma after pain. Naruto could feel what she had done, how she had burned through all of her chakra until her body had nothing left to give, using her AO in the hopes that she would save one more person. Naruto knew, somehow, where he would find his own team. On top of the monument, cracks and craters littered the ground as far as he could see. He found Sakura leaning against a tree, a hole where her heart used to be, a charred black by fire. Most likely she had not even felt the killing blow. He knew how it numbed everything around it. Her green eyes were as dead and yet accusing others he had seen. Naruto continued running. Kakashi was punctured all over by the black chakra rod's pain, and Obito had used one in every single of the 8 inner gates, with a 9th piercing his Sharingan arm was scarred and burned, but from lightning and not fire, and blood crusted his mask. He could not bear to look more than a few seconds, turning his head and continuing on. He already knew what he would find at the end of the dried blood-stained THA from Kakashi's corpse. He knew, and that only made all of the eyes worse. They accused him of not being there, of leaving, of not keeping his promises, of failing. Were right. Sasuke was as dead as everyone else, his blind eyes staring at the impossible moon hanging in the bright sky. His left leg had been cut off, the bloody trail Naruto leading right to the stump that remained. Small cuts and abrasions littered his body, and one side of his chest was sunken in, crushed beneath a single powerful blow. Naruto could only close his eyes, to try and avoid the sight. He had never wanted this. For things to end like this. For his friends to end up dead, and his home to be destroyed. Gritting his teeth, he turned his back on his old teammate. This was not real, this had not happened. Even if it had, he could not know. Could never know. He opened leave but stopped short. All of them were there, behind him. Staring at him with their dead eyes. Accusing him of his failure. He wanted to leave, to run again, but stuck to the ground. Not real, impossible, just a dream. Yet it did not feel like one. I'm sorry. Please, I never meant for this to happen. It was supposed to be different. Naruto dropped to his knees and bowed his head, defeated. He clenched his H, digging into the skin of his palms until blood started to flow. Wake up. Come on, wake up, damn it, he repeated to himself again and again. Desperate for all this to even without looking, he felt their eyes on him. Getting closer and closer. Accusing him, hating him. It was just a dream. Break free. Just like an illusion. Just get a grip and break free. But he couldn't. Naruto woke up, the breath stuck in his throat. His eyes snapped open, and reality reasserted itself in his mind. The bed under him, the warm body cuddled into his still dark out, but even the nights were warm in Volantis. Just a nightmare, just another fucking nightmare. Different but the same, every one of them. He drew on a moment of meditation, a deep calming breath in and out settling his frayed attention. Still, calm, one with nature. Naruto had learned how to meditate sage mode, but it had other benefits as well. He could choose not to draw in the natural energy that surrounded him, lethal as that would be in his weakened conduit, focus his mind. Raising his free hand, he massaged his eyes for a moment. Shra continued to sleep, face still light and unburdened in her slumber, which Naruto was grateful for. Bad enough that these nightmares tormented him, there were them to have the same effect on her as well. Already adjusted to the fact that sleep would elude him for a while yet, Naruto carefully extracted himself from Shra's embrace and left the bed. She made a small complaint at the loss of her personal pillow before shifting slightly and mercifully continuing to sleep. After pulling on a pair of pants, Naruto walked to the window on silent feet. Muffling his footsteps was nearly effortless after Jiraiya had blindfolded him one weekend walk, only to throw a rock at his head every time his steps could be heard. Just remembering that training exercise threatened to give him a headache. Judging by the moon, it was still a few hours until sunrise, leaving him with time to spare. He had gotten some rest at least, definitely enough to function on 4 FEB, but ideally, he would catch some shut-eye after distracting himself a bit. Nothing like some light training to get you back in the mood for sleep. Not bothering with any other clothing, Naruto grabbed onto the top of the window frame, swung himself outside, and started climbing to the roof. Most of Volantis slept during this time, but he could still see lanterns and torches brightening the night on the great bridge connecting the two sides of the city. Settling down in a comfortable position, Naruto focused on his chakra. Splitting, grinding, sharpening, changing. A twist of his right hand made a small circular brie lightly brushing his exposed skin. When he did the same with his left, the motion of his hand was unchanged, but the wind did not flow as easily. It was no longer as had been, but the scar still hampered him slightly in that regard, though outwardly it looked as furiously raw and red as it had the day after getting it. The change in appearance did not bother him, even if the phantom heat hidden in the skin was weird, but the change in performance did. Still, it was nothing trainee fix, and he continued. Twisting and twisting, again and again. Left and right and left, using as little chakra as he could. Without the need for great force or cutting power, the exercise particularly exhausting, but paying close attention to how much he used was another form of training by itself. Soon he became lost in the motions, the repetitive exercise soothing his mind and allowing him some time to think. Naruto felt lost in a way that had nothing to do with being in this foreign world for more than half a year already. He had never given romance a lot of serious thought in the past. His crush on Sakura had been childish and abandoned during his training trip at some point, even Enno, though that part only really set in after he had come back. He vaguely remembered Hinata's confession during Pain's attack on the village, but what the hell about love? Or her? He had never really spent much time with her, even back in the academy, not to mention that she was beyond his reach now anyway. Training, missions, then Akatsuki and the war. There had always been more important things to focus on. Now there was none of that to distract him. Naruto had having a family eventually, with a wife and children to treasure, but those dreams had also included him being Hokage, so they would need some adjusting in any ca. Interrupting his exercises for a moment, he couldn't help but groan. Fuck, he was 17 and seriously thinking about his imaginary future children. He should age back to sleep. Leaning back, he faced the night sky, eyes flicking to the different star signs he had memorized. It was a beautiful view, though unfortunately it did nothing to making him think of Shra again. Could she not have had some other name? Was it wrong to feel the way he did about a woman that was more than 5 times his age, even if she didn't look the part? Did he care if it was? His sharp ears sealed make out the drunken laughter and slurred conversation of a group of young men a few streets over and the yawning of a bored guard doing H awake. No, he didn't. Maybe that made him a fool, but he didn't care about that either. Naruto could not help but chuckle lightly to himself and shake his head at the absurdity of it all. How had it come to this? Naruto Uzumaki overthinking things. Get a grip. Getting up, he started climbing back down, until he swung himself through the window again. He had not been gone long, barely 20 minutes at most, and every like when he had left, though Shra had locked her arms around one of the many pillows. Gently raising the thin blanket, Naruto settled in behind Shra, one arm lightly wrapped around her midsection. He had found out pretty quickly that he enjoyed Cu. Fortunately, she was much the same. He had barely even closed his eyes when Shra moved against him and pulled on his arm until their bodies were pressed together, only her thin sleeping gown seep but also making it more than clear that she was awake as well. "Did I wake you?" She hummed her disagreement and shifted slightly until she was fully content with their positions. The movement brought his attention more clearly to all the par bodies that were currently touching. She was very beautiful and very easy to desire, and the thin gown she wore to bed did nothing to hide that fact. Even if he see in the dark, he could certainly feel it. But thinking about that would only make sleeping even more difficult. Soon She's breathing slowed down noticeably, and Naruto was not far behind her. Naruto spent most of the time he was not training, learning, or teaching, near the docks. Not only did that allow him to learn about any interesting developments in it, was also a good way to make what remained of his coin last longer. Sailors that had just been paid for their work on deck almost seemed desperate to get rid of qualms about exploiting that fact. He had to change locations every few days. Even sailors eventually figured out that he seemed to be winning a lot of the games they proposed, but there were unwinsinks, taverns, and pubs near the giant harbor area of the city. If he needed to, he could always use an illusion to go back at a later time, but there had been do so yet. "Your turn," Naruto reminded his opposite at the table. The tavern was still rather calm at this time of day, most patrons simply enjoying a drink while they talked many different games. Card games, savas, arm wrestling, dicing. There were many options to choose from. Naruto avoided savas for the most part, not only because the game reminded him far too much of his unsuccessful attempt at playing shogi, but also because most that played for money were a lot better than beginners. Listening in on the different conversations going on around the room also tended to be a lot harder while you're 4 steps ahead. The other man glanced under his cup before carefully inspecting the 2 other cups on the table, as if that would somehow allow him to glimpse the dice hidden in 1-2. The third player, an older broader man with a long beard he had colored red, declined looking under his own cup and simply upped the bet. 3 fives. 5 fives, Naruto said just as quickly. Confidence made people more likely to trust you, and speed implied confidence. 5 identical faces among 18 dice were particularly unlikely. He wanted them to think that he had at least 2, even if he had none in truth. Upping the bet on a die face you did not have yourself was not usually anticipated. He liked to stay unpredictable like that. The next bet took much longer again. The man was a sailor out of Pentos and was prone to overthink situations. Naruto was confident that he would convince him there were even more 5s hidden under the 2 cups, even if the man did not have a single one himself. 6 5s. Liar. Cups were raised and the 5s counted, coming up well short of the proposed 6. Naruto also noted the single 2 revealed under the Pentosh's cup. He had half much, but confirmation of an honest first bet was valuable, nonetheless. They continued their game, the rounds moving more and more quickly as the loser of each surrendered 1 dice. Naruto carefully switched between favoring bluffs and favoring honesty in an attempt to stay unpredictable. The young Pentoshi may not be attentive enough to of his patterns, but the older sailor out of Koho certainly was. His Valerian was still nowhere close to good, his relative trouble with the language only heightened by the fact that sailors taking port in Volantis spoke a confusing dialect of their home ports and the sailors' jargon that had established itself on the different trading vessels, which was not quite like any single one of the many diff of the language. Ideally, he would be capable of passing as a born speaker, even if High Valerian was rarely used in conversation, but that was still a few months of work away. If he then injecting the slightest hints of different dialects and origins into his speech would be possible, a useful tool to better sell a cover story to an attentive guard or inspector. Speaking the common tongue of Westeros came easier to him, and the teaching conversations Shra insisted on flowed more and more easily with every day. Even if their relationship had changed considerably, she was no less demanding a tutor. 5 games in and he had already made quite a bit of coin off both players. The Kohurik seemed ready to cut his losses. Though the man had won one of the games, the Pentoshi looked convinced that this next one would mean a change of fate. Patrons had been coming and going, though the number of newcomers was far larger, and the room was growing louder and more packed the closer it got to even a group of patrons entered the building and joked animatedly as the next round of the game started. The Kohurik replaced by an overly motivated and slightly drunk Naruto had been carefully listening for many different keywords. Even he could not completely follow so many conversations in a large room at the same time. Talk of Targaryens was the quickest and easiest way of getting him to pay particular attention to the conversation. It was a result of finally having learned Shra's identity, which had also included the knowledge that some part of her family still lived. A part she had never met or with, that she did not actually know except for their names, but a part of her family, nonetheless. "You were at the royal wedding?" one of the sailors asked in clear disbelief. "At the wedding? Not just in Flea Bottom while the prince was getting hitched in the Seep wedding?" Following the whole conversation while paying enough attention to his game took a lot of concentration, but he had practiced for this. Eavesdropping was you looked to be busy with something else, at least if you had to be in close proximity and visible to do it. "I mean, I wasn't in the September. But I saw them both with me own eyes. The prince and the princess, with the dress and the jewels and all." "Pfft, as if. Were you even in King's Landing that day?" "I know you were on a ship out of Bravos before this one," a third man said. "Before that?" "Before, I'm telling you. I went to Bravos after." The royal wedding was not new information to Naruto. Prince Roger, heir to the Iron Throne, had been married to Princess Elia Martell near the beginning of the war. Earliest news of the event had taken near a month to reach Volantis by ship and gossip. As far as tales from Westeros went, it was already old news. When he had shared it with Shro, he had expected anything but complete disinterest, though perhaps he shouldn't have. There was only so much significance you people that did not even know of your existence. Sometimes Naruto wondered if he understood anything about families at all. "Pa! Stop telling stories already. The closest you have been to a Targaryen is looking at one of their dragon banners," said the first sailor in derision. "Three-headed black, it was a striking image to represent your house, like many of the banners and sigils of Westeros. I saw them, in the capital. With the silver hair and them purple eyes, I did. Then I saw the royal family too." "While we were docked in Lies," said the third sailor. "Oh, leave off. What's it matter if he really saw some wedding?" "Drink instead of arguing," said a fourth man, and the conversation lulled for a few moments. "I heard more interesting in Lies anyway." "Sounds like you got something good. Spit it out then." "I heard that the new First Magister got the job because he has a dragon." Naruto very much doubted that claim. His own experience in Oros aside, he was confident that all the dragons were dead. "A dragon? You sure that you didn't hear this from our esteemed wedding guest over here?" The question was met with an indignant "Oh, piss off," from a form and laughter from all the others. "Well, not quite a dragon yet. He has an egg though. I'm sure about that part." If Naruto had not been paying so much attention already, that part would have man it in any case. Their expedition into Oros had been fruitful in many ways, but a dragon egg was not among the items they had found. Most likely, there were some the black walls of the inner city, but the flow of information was sparse at best, and searching the whole area would take months without a lead. The first Magister of Lies was a more direct target. And why's he gonna hatch it? Haven't the Targaryens been trying that too? I heard they have a load of them in the throne room. I thought those were dragon skulls. Yeah, I'm sure those are skulls too, not eggs. After that their conversation turned to bickering about the half-remembered information of every one of them, which Naruto tuned out quickly. He would need to confirm the information before finding a ship to Lies, but he already had an idea in mind. Glass candles were such useful tools. Turning his full attention back to his games, Naruto resolved himself to earn a few more coins before calling it a day. For a few moments fire bloomed above the palm of her hand. It was incredible, breathtaking, exhilarating, and she was grateful to Naruto for teaching her. The heat that did not burn her hand, the lifelike flicker of the flame heartbeat of its own, the swirl of colors as the fire changed ever so slightly, from white to yellow to orange to red. However, it was also incredibly exhausting. Fire disappeared in a wink, and she felt like she had been forced to run through King's Landing for hours in full plate. Exhaustion was not the same as bodily exhaustion, but for the moments immediately afterwards it felt like it was. Nevertheless, she put it out of her mind. There were more important things to focus on. Managing the feat once was her limit without being in Naruto's presence, which was already the result of the strengthening she had undergone in her efforts to layer the feat in the first place. Still, summoning flame in such a way, without wresting its strength from obsidian or an existing fire, was beyond what she had expected. It would have been invaluable in Oros, for the potential to closely inspect one of the fire whims if nothing else, but there was nothing to be done about that now. The approach was simple and direct, but also costly. By itself the feat was not particularly useful either, except to impress and admire perhaps, but the potential use later. Once she felt capable of moving again, she walked over to the cushioned couch in the room and laid down on the comfortable surface. It was still early in the further magical exercise or training would have to wait until the evening at least. Shadowbinding was not so exhausting a craft in comparison, but she was a master of its intricacies, perhaps more so than any other practitioner in the current age could not say of the fire magic that Naruto was teaching her. Before he had boarded the ship for Lies, he had declared her finished with the first step of the training, the leaves igniting rather easily in her hands now, but he had himself that there was no easy way to translate the exercise he had used to train his own abilities from wind to fire. Summoning a small flame in her hand from will alone was the compromise they had come to. It pushed her limits and forced her to transform much energy into fire at the same time. In the first place, he could never teach her every possible application of fire. Own focus on magic's uses for combat colored his ideas, and the intent of the training was to familiarize the student with their element and allow them to create their own techniques and spells. She considered using one of the glass candles to look in on Naruto's progress, but she stopped the idea in its infancy. A few weeks of separation and she was such a valuable resource for something so mundane. She was 100-year-old sorceress, not some girl barely grown praying her husband returned safe from They really were to each other. They could never be that, even if she did miss him. There was also the sheer practicality to keep in mind. Even though they had managed to figure out the proper usage of the candles, it was still not an easy thing to do, especially without Naruto's strengthening effect on exhausted as she already was. There was little point in trying. No, she would refrain. There were enough things to focus her attention on here in Volantis. Books and scrolls she had not studied yet, and preparations to make for hatching a dragon. Naruto's success was already a foregone conclusion in her mind, but the theft would be comparatively easy when set against the actual hatch. She had heard of Summer Hall, of the tragedy and the deaths and the burnt-out husk left behind in the aftermath. What the exact details were, she could not be. One thing remained consistent between reports. Egg had tried and failed in his attempts to accomplish what she and Naruto now wanted to try. The basic approach had been sound. Valeria in its glory had been based on two things above all else: fire and blood. It stood to reason that any attempt at recreati would need the very same things in some fashion. Acquiring either was no problem for her. With fire at, and blood in, her fingertips, that part was easy enough to manage. The question was just what exactly to do. Both in copious amounts on the egg and hope for the best. Crude and most likely ineffectual, but she supposed that if worst came to worst, it was worth it. But there were more elegant methods to try first. Placing the egg in a fire as a first attempt sounded reasonable enough to her. There was no need to make any but quickly. She had no access to accurate records of all the attempts that had been made to hatch dragons in the past, so she would have to create her own, discover possibilities only after they did not create positive results. Not a single dragon had hatched in her lifetime, and the biggest question for her was how those long decades had affected the state of the hatchling contained with shell. Had it simply died? Was that even possible? An adult dragon could enter a kind of hibernation, conserving energy and sleeping for years on end, in some case same possible for a hatchling inside an egg. If so, could the ability be stretched to this degree? She had seen and inspected dragon eggs before. Those of her sire and his siblings, those placed in the cradles of balers and makers' children, among others. All the same in many ways. Yet none of them had hatched, not before, not in, and certainly not after Summer Hall. Despite that fact, she did not consider it an impossibility for one to hatch under her watch soon. Naruto was a valuable resource for his presence alone. If magic bring life to the dragons again, then the effect he had on his environment would be incredibly valuable, which was nothing to say of the magical force he could act if more be required. As was likely the case, things would be more complicated, but the possibility of success enticed her. Egon III had commanded 9 mags to hatch the remaining dragon eggs of the Targaryens long before the disaster at Summer Hall. The accounts of those efforts had been written by a maester, who fundamentally discounted the possibility of magic interacting with a natural birthing process, and was not privy to the exact effort being made or not made in those attempts. Following kings had made efforts of their own. Baylor had prayed, Eris had read, Daeron had tried to use contacts and diplomacy to find the knowledge. She was surprised if perhaps her sire had even attempted to get a bastard on one of the eggs. Whatever he had done had not been successful, just like all the others. She wondered if any of them had dreamed, as she did, and as she knew Daenerys, Brynden, and Daeron had done. Had they seen dragons reborn again through effort, or only their flying forms dotting the sky once more and thought it to be the future and not the past? Her own visions from Karth, many months old now, were still clear in her mind, clearer than they had any right to be. She was still unsure what to do with them. Them had even been. King's Landing burning was clearly a view of the future. The city had never been conquered, much less put to the torch. What force could stand against the combined 7 kingdoms after all? Naruto was the man withstanding the crushing pressure of the world, and she now knew the 9 tendrils to be the tails of the fox-like being somehow sealed away. Seeing Valeria had been the easiest to understand. The doom was perhaps the most significant event in the more recent history of the world, and if her theories of its effects on magic as a whole were correct, still acts on its state today. The explosion of the 14 flames, the earthquakes, the flood of lava and fire incinerating everything that lived. It had been monstrous and even beautiful in some queer way, to watch it happen in front of her eyes, but there was no confusion to be had about what it had been. That vision among all of Th had until now, was clearest, with little room for interpretation. When she had seen soldiers battling in a field as a winged shadow passed overhead, had that been a vision of the dance? Of the conquest? Or maybe even before one of the many wars that Valeria had been involved with? She could not say with full confidence, the view of the soldiers far less clear to her mind than the wing itself. Seeing the wall crack, seeing those burning cold blue eyes staring right at her again and again. What was she to do with that information? Was it the past? The future present even? Would she know, if right in this moment the wall crumbled and whatever magic was contained inside was released? Could that be? Could the wall crumble into dust, or barely not as had happened in her vision, and usher in darkness and famine and death? Everything she knew of said otherwise. The Night's Watch dated back far beyond Egon's conquest, thousands of years back into the past. Hundreds of thousands of men trained and oathed their duty for the realm, guarding the wall against whatever lied north of it. Wildlings and direwolves and giant bears, everyone believed, but perhaps in truth a guy death and others and whatever else. She knew the tales of the long night, however many thousand years ago it had happened. Of the others or White Walkers, and months, years, maybe decades or sea darkness and cold. Wives' tales they had been to her, told to misbehaving children to frighten them into compliance in those first few years of youth until they grew up and knew fact if she felt it in her bones, whenever she thought of those star-blue eyes and their terrible cold, that they were real as the shadow in the pit in Stygia, and wit than everything else in her life had ever truly been. An unbidden shiver traveled down her spine, a cool wind blowing through the window making goosebumps break out on her arms, and she absently noted that into a sudden cold sweat at the mere thought of that scenario. For a short moment she wished for Naruto to be there with her, for the comfort of his presence, and part of her immediately balked at that fact, a moment of weakness, nothing more. Another part of her did not particularly mind. Naruto was wind and the storm, and the eye of a storm was a comforting place, but what good would wind and comfort do against that ancient evil? Blow away nig cold. Dangerous the storm was, once you left the eye, perilous for any unprepared soul, but that it could not do. What could stand against that cold and ice and death, but flame and fire and life? Perhaps that was what she had seen shining atop the wall, mending the cracks and preventing it from toppling to the ground and in the process burying all of the N beneath it. Fire, in some queer form. Perhaps the legends Votar wrote of contained some truth in the end. Azahai, Lightbringer, the last hero, all just as much st as the long night was. Fitting maybe, that both would feature in her dreams in some way. The air at the eastern docks was fresh and cool, a stark contrast to the conditions in the bowels of the city, where the heat was trapped between stone buildings and people, making even walking unpleasant. She was quite happy that she was not a permanent resident of Volantis. Summers in King's Landing could be unbearably hot, but at least in the winter everything significantly, and sometimes the black water would even freeze shut. Winters in Volantis, however, were already unpleasant, still hot and humid, and her singular past summer in the city had been more than enough for a whole lifetime, even hers. Volantis was as great a port as Carth, or so near that few would care about the difference, and hundreds of ships brought trade from all the free cities, ports of we further east into its harbor every day. She meandered about the stalls and shops near the waterfront for a while, simply looking for something to pique her interest, attended to her original purpose for the day. Naruto would return from lies any day now, bringing a dragon egg and a lot of immediate work. Silks from Yuti, saffron and other spices from Karth, dyes from Bravos, wines from the Arbor, Dawn, and Pentos, and gemstones and ivory found on the basilisk. Is some time to inspect the last two, but found nothing that fit her current criteria. Gemstones had their uses for sorceries, and were necessary to shape a proper glam. Exact type and cut of the stone were particularly important for that. Going to an actual goldsmith would serve her far better in that endeavor. A few guards were scattered all around the place, on the lookout for troublemakers of any kind, with their tiger-striped tattoos and masked helmets, spears and claw at the ready. Guarded by a group of spear-wielding unsullied, eunuch slave soldiers from Astapa, a man in green robes was advocating for the rise of the tigers as more, even though the elections would not happen until the beginning of the new year in 5 moons. She wondered what the current batch of tigers even intended to do. Were they to gain power? Wage war upon the other free cities, Slavers Bay, the Stepstones? I was no seasoned commander, but neither of those options seemed sensible to her, not after the past had shown those targets to be foolish ones. Maybe they could hold lies or MYR for a few years, but eventually alliances would be created that Volantis could never hope to stand against. Bravos, Pentos, Tios Westeros or the Dothraki. Shra could not see any way for war to end in anything but defeat for Volantis. The Volanten voters seemed to agree with her, seeing as they had not voted for more than a single tiger at a time for centuries now and largely ignored the ram. They went about their business. Done with her own browsing, Shra hailed one of the many Hatharis waiting for passengers. She would have preferred a palanquin or the simple convenience of he, but neither were available to her for the moment. The ride was not very long, the streets of eastern Volantis less filled than those on the western side of the city. Even so, they had to wait for a few minutes as GRE palanquins and full-grown elephants made their way to the black walls. Gold and jewels decorated the high-backed saddles, the ivory of the horns near sparkling white and capped with ends of solid gold and silver. Even the slaves' carry palanquins were decked out in the finest silk, the wooden exterior painted with artworks of many types. Manticores, basilisks, and sphinxes were painted in scenes both man and beast, but the dragon was the mightiest and most proud of all the beasts depicted. The old blood of Volantis based its prestige and power entirely on heritage, and dragons had made the freehold feared and powerful. Shra could not say who exactly was hidden behind the veils and screens, and she did not particularly care for their identity or the display of outrageous wealth. Families lived inside the black walls, and yet none had established themselves as the most powerful or noteworthy since the city's founding. One triarch or another power for years or even decades at a time, but eventually they all faded into obscurity again. Once the whole procession had passed them by, her own ride could continue, the wheels of the Hathari rumbling over the cobbled streets as the dwarf elephant pulled her destination. The building was suitably grand, but besides the sign dangling above the entrance, not a lot distinguished it from the other artisans' workshops littering this street. Tea glaziers, masons, woodworkers, blacksmiths, and many more. The best craftsmen of the city had their workplaces here. After paying the driver his coin, Shra entered the building. She was not alone in the entry room for long, the closing of the heavy oaken door reverberating into th house and attracting attention to her presence. "Ah, what can I help you with?" The man was lean and tall, his hair more grey than black from age, and clearly apprehensive about her mask. Just for that effector and openly displaying her status as a shadowbinder was worth it. "I need a piece made." "A necklace," Shra said, getting down to business immediately. Whether the man was comfortable or not was of no concern to her, only his sea mattered. Precision was absolutely paramount. Of course, of course. A careful smile appeared on the man's lips, professionalism taking over for a moment. He gestured towards the second doorway in the room had not come through before. If you would follow me. There are some pieces there for your inspiration. Before he had taken 2 steps, Shra stopped him. No need. I already have specific details in mind. Coin is no concern, she said curtly. Her funds were certainly in the necklace she was imagining did not need to show wealth. It needed to work, nothing more. Ah. Of course. He hesitated for a moment. Yes. Of course. If you would excuse me for a moment. One of my apprentices will note down your thoughts. He is well sketching ideas. He quickly left through the other doorway with a bow and unsure smile, all the while avoiding her eyes and taking care to make it seem like it was only a thinly veiled excuse for him to leave the room and her presence, but she allowed him that reaction. There was a part of her that even enjoyed the if most people, especially since it usually got her what she wanted more quickly. Shra paid the hushed conversation audible through the doorway no mind and instead spent the time she waited, inspecting the pieces on display in the room. Those on display were in the aforementioned connected room, mostly for safety, but a few were still kept in this one. A garnet-studded ring with a small ruby as an elephant made of jade, tusks, saddle, and rider shaped in gold, and a necklace of pearls with subtle copper accents around the biggest 3, among others. The elephant itself had most likely been crafted elsewhere, but the gold work was finely detailed, and she could see no faults with any of it. Hidden among the more extravagant pieces was a small necklace, silver and white gold accentuating a small golden brown gem surrounded by white. A tiger's eye thought, but the white material was far more interesting on closer inspection. Running a finger along the smooth surface quickly revealed its nature. She was quite weirwood was a stark bone white color and incredibly rare in Essos. The Andals had cut down most of the trees below the neck, so only the north still harbored of them. A few minutes had passed by the time the apprentice stepped into the room. He was young, barely a man grown, with a stubborn set to his shoulders that reminded Naruto, and a small drawing board in his hands. There was something about his face, an unnatural unevenness that caught her attention, but she was not quite sure caused it. Master said you have a design in mind. I'm supposed to note it all down. He led her out of the entrance hall and through the attached room filled with jewelry of different kinds, to a smaller room. Parchments, cleaned skins, and drawings in many varieties scattered all over in a form of controlled chaos Shra expected of Mo artisans. A woman's necklace, with a central gemstone set in silver, black and as dark as possible. I want the chain to be made of iron links, as pure as you can have it done ideally. Shra had spent quite a bit of time debating over just what kind of gemstone would bring the best results. Rubies, emeralds, sapphires, they all usually se, but this was not something she had ever even tried, much less done successfully. Still, the theory behind her ideas was sound. A glamour needed some item of significance to hold the illusion, the more important to the owner of the likeness, the especially gemstones of some kind, were ideal. Why to conceal, if necessary, openly displaying it usually did not attract any additional attention, and the peace and glamour could last near indefinitely. Of course, a glamour was only a visual impression of someone, shaped by suggestion and shadows and light. Focusing that into an ordinary object was not unreasonable, and then trapping a full power shadow familiar in one was definitely impossible. The object needed to be tailor-made for that purpose, for the idea to have any char at all. The iron was only a substitute. Valyrian steel had been her first choice, but melting down either of the daggers for an untested idea was the height of foolishness. Needed to travel to Qohor for that in any case. Using iron for magic and rituals was a first men belief, but if, as the legends of the Long Night suggested, it could keep others at bay, using it for a similar purpose least worthy of the attempt. Waiting as the apprentice goldsmith noted down her words and started sketching some ideas gave her the opportunity to understand the unevenness. She had noted that she had had some time to look at his face from up close. The subtle bits of coal and powder on his cheek were easy enough to notice. She could not see the underneath, whether it was a teardrop tattoo, or the scar from the removal of one, but what it meant was plain. Still, a former or hidden slave, working as an apprentice on the eastern side of Volantis. Some of the old blood would froth at the mouth if they knew. It was quite the boy had done a good job at concealing it. Iron links for the chain. Truly. It will rust quickly if you are not careful. We could have it made from silver as well. No. Iron. I insist, she said. She had no problem with silver, far less vulgar and demanding than gold, but the iron was about necessity, not cosmetics. How much involved would prevent rust from forming she could not say, but if dutifully maintaining the piece was the price, she would pay it willingly. It was a minor inconvenience, in the grand scheme of things. The master won't be happy about it, but it will be your necklace in the end. How long it will last depends on you, he said, shrugging. He had a youthful brashness too dissimilar from Naruto. I will need these symbols carved into the silver around the gemstone as well. Precisely, Shra emphasized. Laid out on a small piece of parchment were multiple GLYPHS. The locking mechanism in Oros had inspired the array of GLYPHS in use. Locking, containing, trapping. They were all similar enough to overlap. They went over different designs, materials, and gemstone for some time, before eventually coming to a decision. When she went to bed that night she dreamed a new dream, of new things, to come in time. She saw Naruto in one eye, standing near the wall, watching, waiting. Sunset was reflected on the melting ice behind him in a small red circle. He was older now, at least, though with his extraordinary magical power who could truly tell? Whatever his age in this vision, he seemed settled in a way he wasn't, currently. In her other eye she saw herself, but where exactly she was, she could not say, though so seemed the most likely answer, as little of one as that was. Carth P. Slavers Bay, and in the air above her dragons roared. Both dreams, both visions, they were playing out at the same time. Naruto turned away from the wall, his eyes sweeping over her without seeing, and a small smile his lips. She could not see what he did, the world around him an empty white void except for a small snapshot of the giant construct of ice that was the wall, growing from a crack in the material. From the other eye she watched herself step forward, head turned skyward. A great shadow loomed above, and a screech SPL. She saw both at the same time, and belatedly she realized that they were far away from each other, separated by more than just the distance between them. KN would be made it no easier to accept. Naruto waited. And waited, and waited, and waited. Sneaking was mostly waiting for just the right moment and then a quick burst of movement followed by more waiting. The grand manse of the first Magister was even in the middle of the night, but that didn't stop him, especially not the second time around. Eventually the guard above him changed posts, walking off with a barely suppressed yawn, and Naruto could move again. Having access to so little chakra had allowed improve his control considerably, so much so that if he had any possible access to genjutsu instruction he would have taken it with the expectation of positive result allowed him to do things slightly differently. Channeling chakra only to his fingertips allowed him to stick to the sandstone wall and climb up without making a noise. Doing it this way took a lot of concentration. Combat was most likely beyond him, but it also reduced the amount of chakra he needed to use in the first place. His left hand took more concentration than his right, still inhibiting him, but it had gotten slightly better. Pulling himself over one of the crenels on top of this second, inner wall left only the guards inside the actual manse between him and the dragon egg. He had heard off to the left, where he would make a quarter walk around the circular wall before stopping and watching for a few minutes again. Naruto had observed the manse for days before ever stepping a foot inside. He knew the patterns, obvious or not. He went left as well, his footsteps quiet on the stone walkway. In the black of night, he could not see the god, no matter how good his eyes were, but the man saw a lantern, and the glow was visible for miles against the dark, reflecting again and again of the walls and melons. Naruto descended the first staircase to the ground he found, entering an expansive garden filled with pools, bushes, and a great variety of fruit trees. Since any so incredibly visible and all the guards outside of the actual building carried them, he could rely on his eyes as much as he did his ears to navigate a safe path to th entrance. The manse was open and airy, with many wide hallways and windows, to allow the sea breeze to cool the interior in summer. Big but shallow pools littered the mid-roofed sunrooms, and small alcoves filled with silk pillows or even beds broke up the straight walls now and again. Naruto was unsure just how well defended th actually be in the event of an attack, but Lies itself was not particularly martial anyways, the high city walls manned by only cell swords. Inside the actual manse, lanterns and torches illuminated the tall rooms and hallways, so the guards themselves had no need for light sources of their own. Ears on, watching his step for any irregularities, and listening at every corner before entering a new hallway. It was slow and unexciting work, but Naruto did not overly mind that. The whole point was to reduce the excitement, so that no one would ever know he had come with the egg. He had deliberated for a while how exactly he wanted to approach the whole affair. Simply go in and steal the egg, get out, and then hope no one would notice the enough. Even if anyone did notice, it was unlikely he would be found out. He had traveled to Lies as a stowaway, and he could not imagine that anyone could keep single person walking around the city, but taking the risk seemed unnecessary to him. While he had been inspecting the property for entry and exit points before entering the first time, he had considered very noticeably stealing something else as well, attention away from the dragon egg, and then planting the other item on some hapless stranger. That would leave him with enough time to board a ship for Volantis his way by the time anyone cared to notice the missing egg. In the end he had decided on another route. Words echoed down the corridor ahead of him, and Naruto stopped himself from turning the corner. He was happy to wait for his opportunity again until the steps st towards him. He could turn around and backtrack, but giving up ground while sneaking was the same as doing so in combat. Not only not his style, but not a good W as far as Naruto was concerned. The ceilings in all the hallways were arched, creating dark corners at the very top even with a nearby light source. People that weren't shinobi also rarely looked up, repeating his chakra application from before he ascended the wall next to him, until he reached the stretch of wall directly above the entrance that would soon be guards coming his way. Using his hands and feet, Naruto anchored himself between the two perpendicular stretches of yellow sandstone and then pressed himself a corner as possible, carefully not jostling the little bag he had slung around his torso too much. Most of the belongings he had taken with him from Volantis were hidden in a small alcove on the roof of a house only a minute of quick walking from the harbor. En refrained from taking any weapons except a single kunai, since he did not intend to fight anyway. Stashed away in the small bag were a spool of wire, his remaining for an extreme emergency, and a painted, roughly egg-shaped rock. Entering the manse the first time had mostly been about figuring out the best paths, and then the actual location of the egg. There were only so many hours in AN, was no way he could search the whole complex in a single one with no idea where to look at all. That first search had also allowed him to get a good look at the egg, its dimensions, its shape, its colors. Naruto was no artist, his talent enough to fake a hand, but anyone that looked at the stone for long enough would figure the trick out anyway, even had his paint job been completely perfect. He just needed it to buy SOM. His work would pass a rough inspection at least. The voices and steps grew louder and then shadows became visible below him. He felt his heart beating like a drumbeat in his chest, regular and powerful. What little danger and excitement after all. The Lysani dialect was nearly as foreign to him as any other version of Valerian that was not from Volantis, so he was barely confident about every second word. So expected cargo and ships coming through the stepstones, an area often ravaged by pirates, and how Titosch had started guarding their merchant cogs more heavily, some obvious ship names in there too. The Valerian was a galleass he had already seen in port during his stay. The armed and trained crew, unlike the usual deckhand, both men stepped into view below him, clad in colorful and very likely incredibly expensive robes of purple, yellow, green, and red. The younger of the two was no tanned, his face lined from the salty sea air despite his relative youth. They continued walking, still deep in conversation, and never thought to look up. Naruto waited for them to leave the hallway and for their steps to no longer be audible, hands splayed against the walls of the shadowed corner. Before he could getting down and continuing, another guard entered his hearing, the rhythm he had been in with the patrols upset by the short wait. Hand on the pommel of his blade, the guard stepped into view, scaled shirt polished to a shine to reflect the status of his employer. The man yawned and walked hallway, barely paying his surroundings any great attention. Usually, any intruders would be caught way before getting this far, so the guards patrolling the inner manse were all more relaxed than those closer to the walls. Instead of simply crossing the hallway and continuing his way, the guard meandered and came to a stop in front of one of the wall hangings. Damn Naruto, though aware of his precarious position. Inspecting the fine stitching that had gone into bringing the scene of battle at sea to life, the guard rubbed the sleep from his eyes, scratched at his beard. Naruto could hear no other guards coming his way, fortunately, and he quietly shifted his weight to his legs, allowing him to use his arms as long as he was quick. The guard's eyes wandered upwards along the tapestry, and Naruto moved. Chakra kept his feet stuck to the wall and he let gravity pull him down. Halfway down he twisted backwards, towards the arch over the entrance, and swung himself side and out of sight. Holding his breath, he carefully listened for any kind of reaction. His equipment was secured tightly, so there should be no noise no matter his movements, but seconds ticked by but nothing changed, and then the steps echoed down the hallway again, the distance increasing slowly. Half a minute of more waiting and then Naruto silently touched down on the floor again and threw a quick glance over his shoulder just to make sure that he was in. Things could always go wrong, no matter how good the intel. It had been too long since he had been on a mission. Lightly shaking his head, Naruto continued, alert for every little disturbance. Hallways, courtyards, and rooms were all ignored for the real prize. Instead of being kept in a vault of some kind, as he had expected breaking in the first time, the dragon egg was always on display. Cushioned on red velvet, it sat high with a load of different trinkets and symbols of wealth. With the whole manse guarded day and night, the lack of direct security made some sense, though perhaps another sign of the first magister's outrageous wealth. Blue scales with small steel grey veins, there was a natural beauty to the egg. Naruto could feel the nature of it as soon as his skin made contact. The incredible egg hardness, and the potential for flame and life and fire, banked only by the ravages of time that had turned the hatchling inside to stone. Feeling that, the unique know-it-all, was quite disheartening for him, but ideas about hatching the egg were for later, when he was with Shura again. Painted stone and dragon egg swapped places. Seeing them so close to each other drove home how poor his imitation was even more, but there was no use despairing about that now. On silent feet Naruto got to work sneaking out of the room, the building, and then the walls of the manse. Their blood boiled and burned, but Naruto could feel no change in the dragon egg. Everything had natural energy. Air, water, grass, stone, animals, people, every thigh and quality differed greatly between things and places, but it existed everywhere. If he was careful and concentrated, he could differentiate just what kind of natural energy he was feeling. Steel felt different than silver, granite felt different than air, oak differed from a willow tree. He had not gotten a lot of use out of that ability yet, but he had been training it, nonetheless. The outer shell of the egg was a contrast to the unborn hatchling inside, but the difference was not big, certainly not as big as it should be. That situation might have its own, but after 3 other attempts of birthing a dragon he would have expected at least a bit of a change. Only fire and then only blood, once with only Shura's and the second time a mix of hers and his own, had yielded nothing but theories to discard. They had moved and blood together, after a few days to let Shura recover physically from the amount donated. Glancing to the side revealed Shura carefully inspecting the process going on before them. If she was disheartened on account of their lack of results until now, she him yet. Well, perhaps something would happen over the next few hours, as the egg continued to sit in the crimson pool, wreathed in flames that feasted on the magic-cant blood. Any change? Shura asked, breaking him from his thoughts. No. Naruto shook his head. Nothing yet. Tell me if you feel anything happen, would you? With a final line of ink Shura finished what little notes she had made for this attempt. They settled down for more lessons then, the sensation from the inside of the dragon egg just barely touching Naruto's mind the whole time. Over the next hours he never detected a change, and by the time the last of the fire had burned out it was clear that nothing would change either. Do you remember what I told you about the Night's Watch and the wall? About the legend of how they came to exist? The long night, wasn't it? An age of winter and darkness, something like that. Naruto said, trying to recall her words. It had been a few long months since that, in the broadest of terms, yes. The wall was erected afterwards, and the Night's Watch created to defend it, and Westeros as a whole, from what lies north of it. How ago the long night happened, no one can agree on, but the White Walkers undoubtedly exist. Naruto did not waste any time doubting her words. The fact that Shura said it was the case was enough for him. For a moment she looked like she would ask him, then Shura shook her head, reconsidering. What the exact events of the long night were, I do not know, but when those events repeat themselves all of Westeros will suffer, that I am sure of. She continued. Silence reigned between them for a few seconds, time Naruto spent trying to imagine such a situation. There had been cold winters and not so cold winters in Kono life. The land of iron was cold and dark and snowy year-round, but Naruto had never spent more than a few days at a time there. "What do you want us to do about it?" he said eventually, their cooperation a foregone conclusion in his mind. "I do not yet know. I had thought to correspond with my nephew Eamon. He serves as Maester at Castle Black. Getting a message that far north in winter presents problems, however. Few ships would make the trip ordinarily, and even fewer in the middle of winter, and the route by sea was likely easier than the one over land, from the way Shra described the north. Ravens would not fly the distance and any sane messenger would wait until spring. Glass candles could bridge the physical distance, but without any way to answer the other side, they were entirely useless for actual communication. Imagining life at the wall, from the few things Shra had told him, it seemed pretty horrible. Swearing away your freedom, a wife, children. Spending all your life toiling away or fighting in the snow until you eventually died. Naruto's notion of the future was quite different. They eventually moved on to different issues, and after a bit of training and more language practice retired to bed. Naruto woke up a few hours into the night, though whether it was the absence of the body next to him or something else that interrupted his sleep he could not say. Konoha he had always been a deep sleeper, but out on missions you had to be capable of reacting to every little change in your surroundings. Relaxing enough to go sleeping like the dead after coming to this world had not happened yet. His eyes adjusted to the darkness quickly, but he felt the warmth near his legs before they could pierce through the veil of the night. Shra was sitting up, her back gold hair pulled forward over her shoulder in a simple braid for sleeping. "Shra." When she did not answer, Naruto scooted forward until he was right behind her. The dragon egg was in her hands, fingers trailing over the steel gray veins running blue scales. "It's beautiful, don't you think?" she said eventually, breaking the silence. There was some emotion in her voice he could not quite pinpoint. Distracted and a bit sad, despondent and dissatisfied, though neither was quite right in his mind. Whatever name was appropriate was really not the important part to him. He did not like seeing Shra that way in any case. Acting on impulse, Naruto pulled her closer to him by her midsection until her back was flush with his chest, his chin lightly resting over her shoulder. Shra quickly against him in response. "Yes. It is." For all of their trouble trying to get anywhere in hatching the egg, there was natural beauty to it all the same. Whether the dragon inside would be completely blue or same vein-like grey pattern as the egg, no one would know until it hatched. When that would be he could not say, but judging by what he was feeling from inside, the not be soon. The natural energy felt like stone on the inside, though unlike any particular kind he had ever encountered. If the path of pain that had absorbed his sage chakra after petrifying, he did not remember, but the idea that it could be, gave him a further nudge towards the idea he had been developing ever since touching the egg time. Reaching around Shra, he placed both hands on the egg and closed his eyes, becoming still and one with his surroundings. The sensation was slightly different, but hands, not in a physical sense, but the natural energy he felt, his scarred left muddying the impression he received. Becoming aware of the natural energy everywhere around you had been the first step in training to achieve Sage Mode. Drawing it into your body and then balance in chakra came after. But Naruto had no wish to enter Sage Mode or to even mix the natural energy with his chakra in any way. He was still far too weak to balance. He carefully beckoned the natural energy inside the egg, lightly, gently. Naruto was reasonably sure that if he worked slowly, he could expel the natural energy from enough that he did not turn a part of himself to stone. Probably. Slowly the natural energy began moving out of the center. As if pinching a balloon in two places at once, a tiny amount moved beyond the boundary of the contact with his hands. The sensation was familiar and not at the same time. His scar, his small chakra supply, the conditions inside the egg. Flesh burned anew. Naruto's eyes snapped open to a lightly illuminated room, and where the angry red scarring had been left on his left hand, flames bloomed. He lost concentration, and no concentration meant no control. Ripping both hands away from the egg stopped the process cold, returning the natural energy back to its place in the egg, but his hand had burned all the same. It heat, the unnatural flames quickly winking out, but it was heat, nonetheless. Gods! She dropped the egg as if she had been the one to be burned, dropping it onto the bed and abandoning it among the folds of the blanket. "What did you?" asked, carefully cradling his left hand without touching the angry red scars. "Something foolish, it seems." Leaning back, he braced himself against the bed with his right hand, the heat in his left slowly diminishing. He didn't feel like he had, not really at least. As soon as his fingers touched the feather mattress, a new shock traveled up his forearm. HNGG. Naruto flinched, and curled forward over his H, driven out of his lungs. Where his fingertips had been touching the egg and the natural energy inside, they had turned to stone. He could not truly feel the tips at the moment, and every li of his hand painfully pulled at the contrast between soft tissue and rocky hardness. He had to tune out everything else for a precious moment, focusing only on the energies and the boundary of his body, on the spot where his fingers ended, and air began. His mind wanted to move fast, to expel every little bit of additional natural energy remaining in his body in a single action, but Naruto controlled himself, energies away as carefully as he had tried to pull them out of the egg. As the energy joined its like in the air, his fingers slowly turned back to normal, small pieces of dead gray skin flaking away, a not entirely unpleasant stinging sense accompanying the change and returning feeling back to them. "Very foolish," Naruto said, once he was sure that there was no more natural energy remaining unaccounted for. He met Shura's eyes, worry and surprise reflected, beautiful, mismatched pair. "I learned to draw energy from nature in the past. If you integrate it correctly, you can empower yourself, but too much natural energy returns you to nature by your stone," he began, trying to explain without too many unnecessary details. "I thought that if I drew out some of the energy in the egg, I could reverse the petrificate dragon could hatch." "And this natural energy usually ignites your skin?" she asked. "No." Naruto could not help but chuckle, despite the state both of his hands were in. "No, not usually." There was still some pain in his left, but the flames had disappeared enough that whatever damage had been done would likely be recovered by the morning, even with his slow healing. It was beyond obvious that the scar had some with the natural energy for whatever reason. Naruto supposed it was better to find out like this than in a fight. She was still cradling his hand in her own, her soft skin a stark contrast to the callous he had earned through hundreds, even thousands of hours of practice. The look on her face had returned, and that tugged at him in a way nothing else ever really had. He took her hands in his and lightly tugged her forward. She did not resist his pull, and then she was in his arms, her head on his chest. There was a fragility and br in this moment that surprised him. It was like she was trying her best to balance on a thin edge, unsure which side she should jump to. "What is it?" Naruto asked. Maybe they only knew each other for a few months, but ever since Shura had shared her identity with him, he had been finding it more to read her moods. That something was bothering her deeply was beyond obvious. For about a minute they simply sat like that in the quiet bedroom. In another situation he would have been getting impatient already, but he had no wish to force things she did not want to tell him. Besides, he was rather content like this, the fact that she seemed to relax on account of his presence alone only serving to warm Shura met his eyes. If you knew that an action would have results important for the future, would you take it, even if it was something you hated doing? This was no random question. Even if he had no idea what she was talking about, this was clearly important to her. Shura had never asked him something like it. The breadth of experience she had acquired over her long life far outstripping his own. Naruto thought not of his own decisions and actions, but the one act that had largely shaped his whole life. His father had made such a decision, on the day he had sacrificing his own son, hopeful that that same sacrifice would give him the tools Naruto needed to defend Konoha. Minato had not liked doing so, but he had made the decision anyway. Naruto had been angry at him for it, but he also understood. His father had been the Hokage, protect and lead the whole village, and he would not ask a sacrifice of someone else he was not willing to make himself. In another version of events, maybe things would not have worked out in the end, but trying to figure out every lucky break or coincidence near 18 years late, great waste of time and effort to him. I hope I would, as long it meant staying true to myself. Naruto did not particularly care what most people thought of his actions anymore, not after pain and his convince the wreckage. As long as he stayed honest with himself, he would do what he thought was right. I thought so, Shura said quietly, resigned. Naruto had hoped that his answer would lift some weight of her shoulders, but it seemed instead to release the strings up. Sitting up fully again, she laid a hand on his cheek. His whisker marks had not returned, even though his chakra had grown slightly stronger over the months, but age-sensitive in those spots, nonetheless. Maybe you aren't quite so different after all. Who Shura meant, he did not know. Her eyes roamed over his face as if searching for something, and Naruto though moved heaven and earth to give it to her, if only he knew what it was. Shura's other hand came up and then she was gently pulling his head down towards her own, their eyes never breaking contact until their lips met. She was soft against him. They had kissed before, in the embrace of passion and pleasure, but this felt different in a way he could not explain. Naruto liked looking at Shura, talking to Shura, touching Shura. But kissing her like this, he was sure, was something he could never tire of. He gave himself over, his own hands coming up, one wandering up the curve of her hips and the other cupping the side of her neck. They both lost themselves in the movements, the touching, the heat. Perhaps everything would be just fine.